That's so stupid. No. Okay. Na. Okay, I'm trying to be loud enough so I hear myself over in Discord so I can hear the Discord over there because I want to make sure that I'm in the right Discord call, blah, 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 blah. And is it actually picking me up in the echo? Okay, there you go. Tristan's in the bathroom, so I wanted to make sure. Also, it took me fucking forever to figure out why the hell my shit wasn't loading up. It's because I didn't give, obviously, I didn't give OBS fucking administrator permissions. Duh. Throw pushy. Awesome. Let's try Lumia. Lumia head pats. Ooh. Okay. Not communicating with VTuber Studio. Let's fix that. Somebody yeeted something at me. There we go. That should be working now. Crocodile. Hi, Lucy. Did we hear the... I bet. Boy-fict. I can actually join a multiplayer game. Earlier, I loaded up a stream and then it wasn't, I didn't give it permission, obviously. You've been waiting, I appreciate it. We had a really good nap. Tristan apparently decided to stream for like hours later after we were done streaming. But I slept well. Had a good sleep. That's nice. Tristan's in the bathroom, so he'll be coming soon. We were checking. Did you see his stream? Was it on? Did you hear anything? Also, apparently I never ended the server. Or it says it didn't. I might have. Because I went to go load it up and it said that it was working. Yeah, it was a good nap and very much needed. Yeah, it doesn't look like they ate through a bunch of food, so I don't think that it was working. Working overtime. Yay! That's awesome. Getting streaks back. How are you doing? Ow, my face. Thank you. Compress some bibis. But we were trying to grind out the Moonlord stuff. Should I rename my merchant? I don't want to name him Crackhead. You just keep running around. Like, what the fuck are you doing? It's funny. Why are so many pink bullets? Where the fuck did these come from? Crack. Yeah. That's what he acts like. Runs around acting like a goddamn crackhead. What the hell are you doing? I gotta chase this fucker down. Game over. The violence comes silent. Who must be mistaken? Oh, Lord, there's gonna be so much that we do. What are you telling me during? Oh, shit, right, I was gonna turn that off. Oh, yeah, I meant to do that. I was actually talking about doing that last night when I was going to sleep because I'm getting annoyed with that. It's not like, don't blame yourself. It's set up there. I completely want you to absolutely use like redeems and stuff like that. It's literally just like sometimes I put things on there thinking, oh, this would be a good idea. And then it winds up annoying me, even though it's not like I want you to be able to use them. If it pops up, you should be able to use it. Also, song requests are working. I just want you to know that. I want you to be able to use them. Okay, that's not the problem. The problem is I'm getting annoyed. And not at you specifically. I'm getting annoyed at the frequency at which I have it available to be used. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove stand and stretch. I will reject all 10 so that everybody gets their points back for that because I swear I never did that. I'm going to remove hydrate. Love you. Rejecting also. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change the name of posture check and stretch um to care package. And then I'm going to increase that to 250 points. And I'm going to set that to once every hour. So you can still do that, but it doesn't like interrupt my flow, so to speak. And that's kind of like, if you're typing something in chat, I'm not seeing it right now. I'm trying to fix things through. I got to fix things through Lumia and everything too with that because I want to make sure it works. It has got to be care package, complete and save. I'm gonna sync with Twitch. There we go. Refresh. It's not you, Lucy. You're fine. It's just that sounds perfect. All good. Love you both. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think Tristan's back too. Babe,
Yeah.
babe, can you
Yeah.
do me can you remind me of something?
Yes.
If I ever run into issues where my OBS is not picking up my Palworld for some reason, because like it keeps happening, right?
And that's sometimes when I just like when I freshly launch Power.
No, no, no. No, no, no.
Yeah.
It wasn't picking up at all. I restarted OBS 10 times. I restarted Steam. I started running everything in Administrator, except for I forgot one thing. I forgot to run OBS in Administrator, which apparently OBS wants Administrator to be able to pick up Palworld.
Power heavy infrastructure needs administrator on OBS.
Yep. Apparently. But it does work, so you know what is currently working towards.
So, question.
Uh-huh.
Is this day 9 post nap or day 10 seeing as it's past midnight?
Oh.
Day 9.
Well, I will say is
I'm gonna go with day 9 post nap.
okay. Um, hi Sims. Um, I was gonna say something, but I forgot what it was now. I will say it was a good nap.
It it was a good nap. It might have been like 6 hours.
Oh my God. Was it that long?
6, 7 hours, 8
I
hours,
slept
9
good
hours.
though. I slept good though. I regret nothing. Whoa. This random almascule has remarkable craftsmanship and 2
Nice.
stars. What the fuck? Oh, I've been putting into it. Okay, that's why.
Okay, and then if I go here and then share chat, and we should have shared chat enabled.
Sweet.
I'm gonna restart my Lumia to make sure those redeems work.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sims. Oh, so songs request isn't working. Also, music isn't on. What? Oh, whoops.
no.
Uh, I will check. It says song request isn't working.
It looks like there is also a Lumia update, so if things are broken, that might solve some things.
No, it would have been today, not. It's technically today in this 24-hour period, Sims.
What
Um,
is in there?
I'm checking to see if the song request real quick, cause did you request a song?
Yeah, feel free to test song
Should I
request.
test song? Yeah, go for it. Okay, the music song. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it said it was working. I tested it with Simple Man by Shinedown earlier and it worked. All right, so let's see if that worked and bang bang bang. I think that's what you requested. If it's not, then my Spotify's doing some super weird shit.
Speaking of.
I sent you a new link for Spotify, babe.
Yes, I've joined Spotify.
Yeah, but yeah, the that thing is it within a 24-hour period. It's technically within the 24-hour period of which we streamed last, so it will technically count as today. So you did technically throw one today. I'm just look,
Hi, Lucy.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry our time's all fucked.
No.
We did not start on a new day. We took a nap and then woke up and started streaming again. That's what I did. Look at this fucking bow, dude. This bow
Lucy got
looks
first on my
awesome.
stream.
This bow is fucking great. It's a
Shit
mechanical
ton of
bow. You see this shit?
surfboards.
You know what that is? That's a fucking barrel. That's a fucking barrel. There's a barrel on my bow. And look at that. I love how they did the compound bow. They got the texture and everything like that. That's so nice. It's still a compound bow, but it's like more mechanical. Look at it. It's so fucking cool. It's got a fucking look at the sight on it. Oh no, it's not going through the barrel. What is that? It's got a barrel on it for something. But that's not where the arrow gets held. The arrow gets held here. Here. Give me a second. Give me a second. You see a sight for it. It looks like the arrow. It's like you put your finger in that hole. You hold the arrow on that thing. I thought for a second maybe it went through that circle, but I think that's just the sight. I'm not sure what the barrel's for, to be honest.
Has a barrel?
I mean,
Hang
it
on,
looks like a barrel. I just don't think it's usable. Look, okay, so you put the bow here, you put the arrow here, and you use this right here to hold your. Let's say you can like kind of like a gun, but it's not pushing it forward because you're still using this. You're still using the string. You got the circle right there, which is the sight. Actually, yeah, it's a really good sight too. You could see that. It's really nice. But I'm wondering what this fucking barrel's for.
Oh, I think it's a counterweight stabilizer.
That's what I was thinking too, is it's a stabilizer maybe.
You see it on a lot of like Olympic bows.
Okay. I'm just impressed with the model of it.
Oh, remarkable craftsmanship. Dang, I got that on a Hydrolon, so it can do some ridiculous transporting. Actually, got level 8 transported.
So I tell you guys something. I don't. You know how I don't really do a lot of range fighting in games. I'm more of a melee galley. I've I'm actually decent with a bow. I'm actually decent with a bow in real life. Well, at least one that has. I'm decent with a bow that's front heavy. I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm decent with a bow with normal arrows. I don't know. I haven't shot a bow with normal arrows. Well, I
Lovely bow.
haven't since I was a kid, at least. But as an adult, I've shot a bow with front heavy arrows. But I'm really good
Yeah.
at it. Apparently, I was really good at adjusting for it because I was getting headshots left and right on moving targets.
Those safety arrows for LARPing.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Which
can turn the music up. That's fine.
funnily enough,
Is that better?
there's this archery guy I watch on like YouTube Shorts sometimes whenever he pops up, and he shot one of those the LARPing arrows at a watermelon
Yeah.
from like a warbow, like a heavy draw bow,
Oh.
and it just goes straight through the flame and explodes the watermelon.
Yeah, they have to, when you're LARPing, you have to have, there's a maximum draw weight you can have on it
Yeah,
so that it's not dangerous.
yeah.
I think it's like, ooh, I fucking don't remember. It's either gonna be 25 pound, 35 pounds or 85 pounds. I don't remember which.
I believe it's a range from 20 to 35 pounds.
Yeah.
80 pounds, you start getting into warbow territory.
Yeah. I couldn't remember. But I had it. And the good thing is like what you could do is you can get yourself a recurve bow and a nice string. And and then if you wanted to tighten it up, you get yourself a string that's like meant to be more lighter weight. And if you wanted to tighten it up for more precision, you just twist the string. And if you wanted to loosen it up, you just like loosen the string. You just like untwist it. But the more twisted your string is, the tighter it's gonna be. But yeah.
I've always liked archery. Like on school camps, we used to go to some places where they have like an archery activity thing, and it always sucked that you only ever got like 2 or 3 shots before the next person went, and then that was you done for the entire trip,
Honestly,
so you couldn't adjust anything.
that would be if I was gonna get into sports. If you were gonna get me outside to do any sport, it would be archery.
Yeah, I'd love to get into archery.
Archery
I've
is
always,
so much fun. And like, I don't know. It's kind of like, it's like shooting a gun, but like less,
but medieval.
yeah, it's like medieval shooting a gun. And it's just, I like the mechanics behind it. It's just really cool to me. I feel like there are people who really like guns because of the mechanic behind it, but like,
I
I'm
like
not
this.
big on it. I've never been really big on explosions. And that's
I
kind of like,
I don't like guns either.
that's kind of the way that guns work is they work based on like exploding. Like it's like it hits
Yeah,
something so hard it causes gunpowder to explode kind of thing. Yeah, I used to do LARPing, Lucy.
same with like car engines. Engines work by exploding some shit.
Hmm. Yeah, it's just it's not. Just imagine going to a Renfrew dressed up in medieval attire doing archery. Oh God, I wish. Oh yeah, no, I used to. I mean, I've never been to a Ren fair. I went to a, I went to a Celtic festival. I went to a Celtic festival dressed up in my medieval gear, and people like it was me and like a group of two other people. It was a small group,
I think I've mentioned this before,
and
my
I
love, but oh yeah, you continue, you continue.
and people were like laughing, going like, "Hey, honey, you can get to a Ren fair." We're like, "We don't care." And that's when I tried an oyster, a fresh oyster, like immediately, like I saw that bitch die in front of my eyes. I want to go to Ren fair. What were you saying, babe?
Unfortunately, if you want to go to a Ren fair, we have to go to the US.
I got a Zephyr with 2 diamond passes. I don't know what they were, but I got a Zephyr with two.
Nice. Nice.
Idiosyncratic and Master of Fasting. Oh yeah, that's great.
Okay. Mutated.
There's no Ren fairs in.
No, we don't have Ren fairs, unfortunately.
You guys have
Have
in.
you been going on an Eidolon? I have no idea how good an Eidrolon is
You said,
at
wasn't there one Millie found in Australia? I don't know. We could ask her.
I think there are like limited instances of like rim fairs, but you have to go really far. You probably easier to find a Celtic
I
festival.
wonder if there's. I don't know if there might be like different.
Oh, look who it is, Mister leaving its stream on. I just was grabbing the ad view.
Hi, Whippa.
Hello, Whipple.
Hold on. If I look up Dagger here,
Congratulations.
if I look up Dagger here
Thank you.
on the wiki, hold on.
Let me see if I got more with babysitter.
It says founded in 1977, the Dagger Hair brand's been licensed to groups in a few other locations with hundreds of members spread throughout the U.S., Canada, Britain, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Germany, Australia, and Japan.
Ooh.
And Dagger Hair is like LARPing but without magic. Which is where I used to do the. I call it LARPing, but like that's because that's how people recognize it.
So
You were
some
grinding the channel points. You told him like an hour later. You're like, okay, I think I got enough. She found we couldn't buy tickets because she didn't have the money. She also said there was a limited amount. Yeah, probably. Okay, I'm taking my.
it would probably be very, very big travel time. I've got 3 Eidrolons with babysitter and a Prenelli with babysitter.
I want my babysitter. I like that I got babysitter on a giant brown cherry because it looks like a big mama. Like I trust this brown cherry with my children.
Um, yeah, but basically, babysitter is one of the mutated only passives that you can breed once you get it from mutations, but
Oh, is it? Okay. Well, I like it.
um,
That's what I got. That's why I said I got it on my brown cherry, and it's really helpful. It's
mhm.
really nice.
Love to get that on brown cherry.
I mean, you could try to breed mine. It's a brown cherry aqua, though.
Um,
The
I've also
song?
gotten
Oh, what? What are you talking about?
Aegodron. Aegodron?
I don't know. I don't have that yet.
Aegodron? At 2-star, it has 10 mining,
What the fuck?
and mining's the only thing it has.
Oh, shit. Well, it clearly has a
Oh, only party
special
player in town.
interest.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got. Gloopies, Gloopies, Chillets, Hellzephyr. 2-star Hellzephyr has 6 transporting. Oh, it's a good one too. 97, 94, 92.
Let's see how long these take. They usually take 12 minutes.
Yeah, song requests are working. I will say that I decided to choose 2000s pop punk for the playlist today. And you guys were like, nah. Oh my god, I got a slow walk that has 0, 91, 100.
I see how babysitter works.
Yeah,
Um,
it's gotta be out of.
it doesn't affect the time, the number, the visible number on the egg hatching, but it affects the rate it counts down. This is doing multiple seconds each second.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So that's why sometimes it feels like it goes a lot faster. So remember when I said I had the egg that would hatch in 30 seconds? Where's the hydrate redeem? It has now been renamed to it has been renamed to care package. It is and it encompasses all of hydrating and stretching and posture checking and standing if necessary. There you go. There you go.
And it's
I will I will
it's
drink.
sort of like whatever Aiko feels like she needs to do at
Yes.
that point.
Basically it'll talk. I was like laying down taking a nap and I was like, I'm getting pissed off at the hydrate redeem. And I'm getting pissed off at having to be told to stand and stretch every hour. You know what I mean? It's just like, I don't know. I know I'm the worst. I'm the worst.
I will give you a Eidrolon with babysitter.
That's nice that you got it. I don't want an Eidrolon with babysitter.
You don't want a transporting power with babysitter?
No! That thing looks ugly in my base. Look at it. It doesn't fit. Get that thing out of here. Look around my base. You think that fits here? No. No, babe. Get the thing out of here. It's a scourge on society. Look, that's why I said I like that I got it on a bronze cherry. You see? Look at this bitch down here.
Do you want the
She
Cornelia
fits
with
the vibe. Yes, no. Yes, no. Yes, no. Yes. And I'll give you the bronze cherry.
Ooh. I need to. No, I don't need the bronze cherry. I've got too many things with babysitter.
Oh.
That's my problem. I'm trying to offload them.
Well, she's also got Swift. She'll be really fast. I'm sorry, and by she, clearly I mean he. They really need to. I don't know.
I_m_simslord said when you have a sec, check DMs. I sent photos.
Is it photos
Show
of
Tristan
California?
too.
Do work.
We have a second.
Oh my god, I love that.
Ooh.
Come here. Royal Nut House. Scallywags, an acquisition and redistribution company. Flush privies. Leonardo's greatest invention, the amazing flush privies. I love that. Peasant
There's some
see,
range there.
yeah. Peasant pageant Mayphone. Aaron Bonk. Oh, get bonked with the fucking flame whips. Yeah, all right.
Justin.
Oh yeah.
That's fire. Ooh, cool.
The flaming ginger. Oh no. I was leaning into it. Swords got a fucking. Yeah, I love all that. I love all that. That's mine. That's mine. Said no Renford.
Amazing.
You have a good night, Whippa. Enjoy your nap. Oh my god, there's more.
Enjoy your EP.
Jesus. Oh my lord. I'm not gonna go through all these right now. Are you giving me the Pernellia or are you teasing me?
I'm giving you the personality.
Okay, I'm gonna rename that Pernellia to something else and I'm gonna have her job just be nothing. Her job is literally gonna be just babysitter. I have to have it labeled that way because otherwise she's gonna try gardening. And she could, but like I worked really hard to give mine max garden. I just went laughing because we took a nap. It was good. It was a good
We
nap.
took a nap, which could also be described as a short sleep.
It was it was good though. I had a good short sleep.
We needed it.
I feel so refreshed. The welcome raiders. I am Aiko Heartblossom. This is just in Heartblossom Miami. Thank you so much for the follow, little Nikki. Welcome.
Wonderful is what I feel when we're together.
Oh, thank you for the follow, little Nick.
Aw, yay. But yeah, so we are husband and wife duo who do our streaming together, and we are currently addicted to Palworld. So we're playing all of it. All of it.
We are doing
The Power World. Give me the Prunelia before I have to rob you. Oh, thank you for the follow, Shadow Firefly. Oh, she is here. Where's she?
Yeah.
Who's that? That's Saturn.
We are.
What should I name a babysitter Prunelia? Oh, she's big.
She's an elf, yeah.
She's a big girl. Okay. I'm gonna call her.
Consider
Oh, it's a
baby.
boy. Well, it's fine. She can have a.
Baby crusher.
No, I'm not calling her Baby Crusher.
Well, yeah. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in.
What do you guys think is a good babysitter name? Olga. Big girl. Big girl, watch baby.
Like a heavy, thick Russian accent.
Yes, exactly. And Vicky? Vicky doesn't sound.
Sylvia.
Oh no, not Vicky. Absolutely not. I am absolutely not making her Icky Vicky. I'm not naming her Big Girl or Mommy. What do you think? I'm not you.
To be fair, you asked everyone, and everyone includes.
That is true. That is true. Sorry, Lucy. I didn't mean to ask you. I meant to ask everybody else.
The Lucy exclusion.
Slimslord said, I remember the guy holding the flaming ginger sign saw me chuckle while looking
I
at
need
the
to get a
sign, and he was
set
like, why
that
does
is an
everyone laugh
elf.
at my sign? In a
Oh, that's
sarcastic,
funny.
sad voice. And so after I held in the rest of my laughs, I asked to take a picture.
And the guy
and
holding
that's why I
the
have a picture
flaming
of
ginger
that.
sign.
I love
saw
that.
Chuck
I
was
love
looking at
that.
his sign. It's like, why does everyone laugh at my sign in sarcastic voice? So after I held in the rest of my laugh, I asked to take a picture, and that's why.
I said she's a big girl, but I'm not. You're not gonna name her Big Girl. That's why my name in real life ain't VTuber.
My real life name is Fat Guy. I think I killed her.
Oh my god.
I love you, honey.
Not like Olga. It can be VTuber. You're one legal document away. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Time to go change my name. I don't think Sasha sounds Russian to me.
Sasha is a male Russian name.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh. I've known Sashas, and all the Sashas I've known growing up were girls.
Yeah,
But they weren't Russian.
Yeah. Yeah, in like more Western areas, it's
Oh.
Sasha is a female name, but Sasha is a male Slavic name.
Did not know that. Look at me learning shit. Something you said. Inside in your
Sasha Baron
tonight.
Cohen or something like that. I don't know.
I don't know who that is.
Borat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know him.
His first name's Sasha.
Did not know that. Look at me learning things. I'm always learning things. Always be learning, guys. Even if
But all
it's
the Russian girls I know are called Sasha. Lucy?
Lucy. I hate to tell
I've
you,
got some information for you.
they're not girls.
What happens if you... I want to see...
So how was your stream?
Yeah, how is your stream? How is everyone?
What were you playing? Were you playing Palworld? If you weren't playing Palworld, I don't even know what the hell's going on anymore. I feel like everybody's playing Palworld on Twitch right now. Most of them are trans girls, but also girls too. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's why Sasha from ACNH is a guy. Oh, yeah, I guess that does make sense. I totally forgot about Sasha in Animal Crossing being a boy. He doesn't look Russian, but he's also a bunny, so what do I know?
It is a name that you can just keep as your legal name if you do the transition.
Because it can, feel like it's gender neutral. Like the name Jordan. Jordan's a really good neutral name, I think. Jordan's a good neutral name. When I was a kid, not a kid, when I was a young adult, I was thinking, um, if I ever had a kid, if I ever had a girl, I'd wanted to name her Jeremy. Just 'cause, like, I thought it sounded like a really pretty name for a girl. Like, it's a decent whatever name for a dude, but Jeremy for a girl sounded really pretty to me. But I've always, like, really been a fan of gender neutral names too.
It's just in Aiko is a fan of whatever, dude.
What? What did I say?
It's just a whatever name for a dude.
Oh.
That is what you said Jeremy was. Oh yeah, let me think. Natilius, I do
Sam,
wanna.
Logan, Jesse, Alex, Samian, yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Ooh, I never thought about Logan for a girl. Yeah, that could work. Taylor's also good. Yeah, I agree.
I've met tailors of both genders.
Same. How dare, what if there's a Jeremy in chat? Well, then I'm sorry, you got a mid name. I mean, not mid, it's a good name. Jeremy's a good name. Solid. It's a solid name.
Like Solid Snake is a solid name.
Sims, you know what I'm gonna tell you based on your real name? Is that I forget you're a white guy. I've seen pictures of you. I've seen pictures of you, but your name makes me think you're black.
I assume it might be because his name might be like a Jewish name.
Oh, maybe. Is it Jewish?
I do know that there's a
Sims
fair amount.
disappears. I don't know where he went.
I do know there's a fair amount of Jewish names that sound like names for black people these days.
No, that's fair. All people with my name I've ever met are black. Yeah, okay. It's not Jewish, all right.
Maybe they were hoping.
Yeah, they were hoping that they... Oh no, I'm so sorry. Your dad's just like, wife, why do you want to name our kid Jalen? You know, does this have something to do with your ex DeMarcus? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I love you,
Oh,
honey.
me too. I'm broken inside.
That's okay. You can be the
Lord.
outside.
I made myself dizzy. It's too hard.
Which one of you? I fucking okay. I picked up a German title. Which one? Okay, year four.
Okay, so you know how I said that I left the server on? I didn't. Apparently, I closed the page where I closed the server, but the other page was up but hadn't reloaded to update that it was.
Ah,
So I went to go load into the game and it was like, no, the server's down. And I was like,
yeah.
oh, good.
I thought you put the server down.
Oh, did you? Jalen, I'm pretty sure came from a basketball player, Jalen Rose's parents. It's a mix of two of their names. Oh, I see, I see.
That's cute.
I feel kind of bad now. I feel like I doxed your name. I did dox your name. Well, it's fine. It's payback for when you doxed my name way before.
To be fair, isn't that is Animal Crossing name?
Oh, yeah, that is your Animal Crossing name.
I don't feel like he hides as much as you.
Yeah. It's also his Instagram name. I'm just
Yeah.
telling everybody where they can find you. And he's in New York, and his address is 1234. I live at newyork.com. The street.
On the street, my favorite street. Oh,
Oh, that's fine. I won't tell everybody your last name. It was hot.
yes, you are, baby.
Oh, I'm sweaty and gross.
Up and dance with me.
Excuse me, rude. The fuck, bruh?
I am the rudest.
I got hit by a Toko Toko. You never talked your name totally. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know anything about that. Like, I don't even know what your name is, Logan. What is your real name there, Logan?
My nephew's here?
Oh, yeah. Okay. That was a good song. Fun. No.
No privacy in this community.
Just doxing everybody today. My bad. I'm gonna dox Tristan. You ready? Hi, Tristan.
Hi,
Hi, Aiko.
Oh fuck, I doxed you.
Shit.
Shit.
I know quite. I know some more people's names. I know.
Shout out to people with names in chat.
Yeah.
If you got a name, you're amazing.
I'll say too that there are two people whose names I shouldn't probably know, who I do know because they bought things from me from Fourth Wall. So be aware of that. If you're buying something from somebody, like some merch from somebody from Fourth Wall, they'll know your they'll know your name, and they'll know your address. I don't do anything with it, but that's a really
It's a good
creepy
thing to
way.
be
Yeah, it's a
aware
good
of.
thing to be aware of.
It's odd that it isn't a disclaimer when purchasing.
Yeah,
On
because like
things.
that just straight up gave me their address. I'm like, I don't want this information.
Yes, you'll show up with their package, I guess.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if it gave me their address. It definitely gave me their phone number. I do feel like it gave me the address. I'm gonna check. I want to double check this, make sure.
Dang, that's a good amount of cake.
'Cause I feel like that's important information to know. I don't want to lie either. I don't want you to be like, oh God, I don't want these creators having my address.
Hi, do you have a name?
That's what I did. I wanted to type in Gmail. I typed in TGMA.
Get him a gagabe. If I leave you to go back here and then
Oh wait, I'm already signed into it down here. There we go. I have to get the verify your device to log in. Na, 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 na. What the fuck? Yes, I wanted to copy that entire line, not the verification code, the entire line that says verify your device with Fourth Wall.
let's go to Candy Mountain.
Analytics, products, orders, thank yous. Oh, okay, orders.
I want to get some
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I have your full address and phone number and email address. Mm-hmm.
Why does that give that to the seller and not the like that should just go to
So
the
I could
delivery.
send thank you cards apparently.
That should just go straight to the delivery people, not the seller.
Well,
But it's good.
apparently on fourth wall, yeah. So I know exactly where Hika and Cody live. I will never give anybody that information.
I know where you live, honey. It is dumb, but yeah.
I don't know. What am I doing here? Oh, I was looking for Dr. Braun.
It will remain that way until someone does something about it. And
Well, the thing is, you, that's not the only way to get something on fourth wall. Fourth wall has also a way I can sell other merch, like merch that it's not just for sending out thank yous, it's for,
you only have
like,
4
I could sell, like, if, oh, 94. Hello.
We know you. Hello.
Now I can tell you guys that's my mom. My mom's on YouTube, guys. So I forgot what I was saying.
How are you?
Oh, fourth wall, you can like sell other things. Say I was selling like a t-shirt or something. Maybe I'm selling my stinky socks.
True. You
So
can.
I'm
You can
gonna
be
need
the.
people's addresses.
You can be the dispatcher.
I'm gonna need people's addresses if I'm gonna sell them my stinky socks.
Makes it easy for stalking.
I'm so glad that we had this conversation while my
Lucy
mom was
said,
here.
"Hi, Aiko, mum."
Wait, Lucy's like, hold on a second. Oh no, Lucy's like, I'm broke. You're not allowed to have my socks, Lucy.
Me, on the other hand,
He gets them for free. He gets them for free.
they're in the washing basket.
Sometimes I'll have him put my socks on me because I'm cold.
Yeah, and then she doesn't want to get up.
It's like, put my socks on my feet. I'm so cold. I'm gonna go kill. No, not right now. What quest do I still have to do? You have to let me know if she says anything in chat because I'm not looking at that.
I will.
Okay.
Oh.
Astigore. I need a kitsune
She
and a
said
vest.
that she loves watching us lovebirds.
Aww, she loves hearing me talk about my stinky socks.
Oh, she tuned in just for the stinky socks
I
conversation.
appreciate it. I'm so glad.
And Lucy's also gone over there to say hi.
Oh, that's nice. Be nice to my mom. Don't ask to see pictures of her feet, weirdo.
Very stinky socks. Yeah.
Super stinky. Capture and defeat 5 Pal Alliance members. I could do that. I'll find them. That's fine. Where do they live? I think they hang out by the bees. By the Elizabeths and stuff. I think I could probably find a camp over there. I'm gonna skedaddle, but thank you for having me. It was a fun time. Hope you all amazing people have a great day and stream. Thank you so much, Nikki, and thank you for the follow. If you want to come by, also we're having a I forgot to mention that we're having a double debut coming up August 1st. So I just want to make sure that you know about that. So if you want to stop by for that, that'd be cool too. How are you less stinky? I don't know. Did you take a shower? Did you wash your hands after you went to the bathroom?
Oh my god. Oh,
I'm ready for him to tell me no.
Yeah, have a lovely
No,
evening.
I didn't. I totally
night.
did not. Oh, thank you. Have a good night, Nikki. All right, let's see. Okay, I found a camp. I found an enemy camp. It might have 5 free
They think
pal
it's sweet, but it's the diabetes.
I know. It's too much. It's too much sweetness.
Where
Okay,
are
all right,
the
kill these guys.
Geomantide Ignises? I know they're around the volcano.
I'm gonna hit them with my meow sword. My
Meow
legendary
me.
meow mirror. Oh, look, I've already killed 2 Free Pal Alliance members who were just sitting on the ground. Oh, fuck, I forgot I had them on aggressive. These guys are just sitting here taking a break from work, and Ryuma comes in and kills them. So sorry. Well, I finished that quest. I haven't even made it inside
Yeah.
the building yet.
Yeah, we hope you are doing well as well, Mom?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
I can refer to her as that.
can call her whatever you
Really?
want.
Oh my god,
I
Godzilla!
call your mom by her first name, so. But to be fair, it's because, like,
You like her name?
she has a really pretty name, yeah.
She doesn't like her name.
Well, she needs to get over it because I'm calling her.
Ciao, love you both. Oh, bye-bye. Ciao?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's.
I hope you have a wonderful day doing what
I was saying ciao. She's coming across as cultured, okay? She
Oh,
did live in Italy for a few years after
oh my
all.
god, she is Italian.
She might as well be Italian. And she eats pasta.
Wow. We eat pasta too.
I know.
There's a leftover pasta there.
We might as well be Italian too. Where the frick is Ryuma?
Ryuma.
That's very rude. Oh my god. Ryuma, get in here and kill these guys, because I can't kill them. Everybody's just sitting here on 1 health.
Lucy, you eat spaghetti, you're Italian. Nice. We've got lots of Italians in chat. We're offending an entire
Oh
country.
no.
The only requirement to be Italian is say ciao and eat pasta.
She's really nice. Yeah, she is. She's great.
She's a very nice person. Yeah.
That tickles me pink. I'm so glad she showed up to the stream though. Because it's nice.
That's a thing with us streaming on YouTube. I know that sometimes your family
Yeah.
looks at the YouTube stuff, but they don't look at the Twitch stuff. It is easier to navigate YouTube as well.
Yeah, for most people. I don't like YouTube streaming personally. But that's because like you get people like my mom, which is great, but then you get people like
YouTube,
Jay.
yeah, YouTube is full of people who have no streamer etiquette and they just be keyboard warriors and just think it's a random
Lucy? Lucy? No, you don't.
You do not remember anything. We could make it so you don't remember anything as well. We have hammers.
I will hunt you down. Mm-hmm.
Good, Lucy.
I will destroy you. Yeah, honestly, her name's not super easy to remember. You just remember the PFP. Yeah, that's fine. But that's why I had her change her profile, or I had to change her name. I wound up messaging her this morning, and I was like, don't come in there with that name. What are you talking? What are you doing?
Yeah, super unique names run into issues of very easy to find.
Mm-hmm. YouTube chat is for young kids, people whose only social media they have is YouTube, and creepy people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the thing with the young kids though is like some of them are dicks.
Some of them are absolutely feral little shits that have only grown up with YouTube.
Like every time I was streaming on YouTube, and that's why I stopped doing restream. And Tristan was like, "Should I stream on YouTube?" I'm like, "If you want to, you can, but I'm not."
Yeah.
Because like they're mean.
Aiko runs into an issue of like
They have no.
just hesitates to ban people.
Yeah. Also, they're mean, and they have zero streamer etiquette. Like Tristan's dealing. Okay, there was this one person. I'm saying it very specifically because this person's banned now. But this person
Yeah, they
was
said the N word.
well. They said the N word. They got banned, but they will just spam the chat with the same freaking sentence over and over again if you're not freaking responding to what is being said. They're like, listen to me, pay attention to me, talk to me, blah 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 blah. Blah. It's like, oh my god, bruh.
Yeah, genuinely, I wouldn't be surprised if they were a child, just with like attachment issues.
Well, that's
It's
fine.
very much just there's a certain streamer etiquette. If the streamer doesn't read your message, there's two things that happen. One, they missed it.
Which does not mean spam it 4,000 times.
No, that means just
Give it a
like
minute.
give it a minute.
Especially if you're the only person chatting, they'll see it eventually.
Yeah, maybe ask if they saw your message
Yeah.
after a while. Or two, they read it and they don't want to respond.
Yeah.
But it's not like anything bad, so you're not gonna get told off or anything.
See,
It's
the
just
one thing, like Lucy was telling me, hey, did you remember to stand up and stretch? Why? Because my notification doesn't go off for that.
yeah.
You know,
Sometimes
that won't pop up in my normal chat. It shows up on my activity feed, right? So if he says, did you stand up and stretch? It's because that's his way of telling me, oh, I redeemed stand up and stretch,
yeah.
just so you know. And it's a
Well,
nice
that's the
little
thing.
reminder. It wasn't rude. It was never
Yeah.
rude when he did it. And it wasn't like 10,000 times, I redeemed it. You need to stand up and stretch. Blah, 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 blah. And you guys aren't assholes too. If you guys redeem stand up and stretch and I'm like, nah, I ain't gonna do that. You guys aren't like, give me my points back then. Fuck you, bitch, for not doing blah, blah. I don't know.
Yeah. But the main reason I'm restreaming is just exposure.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine. You can handle it a lot better than I can.
Yeah. Aiko definitely is someone to take things more personally. I'm just someone who's like, yeah, you're just a fucking idiot, man.
So yeah, wait, mention they missed something, wait till they go back. 3 if there's a decent amount of people chatting, it scrolls a lot, copy space. Yeah, that's fine. Most of the time, if I go into somebody's chat and their chat's like crazy, like busy, I literally have zero expectation that they're ever going to respond to me. So I'll probably say something like, haha, that was funny, or whatever, and if they don't respond, then I'm just like, ah, yeah, chat's busy. I'm not the kind of person that
The good
spams it.
thing about communities like that, is people get to know the mods because then mods typically see more messages and interact with the community a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so if you're a part of a big community and you're a mod, there is some expectation for you to interact with chat.
Yeah. Honestly, like some of the people I've followed, like for stuff like that, is mostly mods interacting with me and chatting with me and stuff like that. I've rated people, and do you know what? Okay, one of my favorite things, honestly, that really stands out to me, and this is something that eventually I think would be really cool. I'm not saying it's gonna happen right now, anywhere near now, but something I think would be really cool is one of the things that stands out to me is um if I raid somebody and one of the mods gives me a sub because it keeps that person in my mind.
Yeah, and it's like never expect
Never
that.
expect that. Never expect
No.
that. But I just think it'd be really cool if I could eventually get to a point where like I could give subs to people who raid me.
Yeah, that'll be cool. Or like we want to get to a point where we can like pay our mods.
Yeah.
But first we need to get to a point where we can exist
Yeah.
and make this a viable career option.
Bigger communities, mods, the people interacting, sometimes especially if something's especially funny, they'll relay the message. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, a lot of streamers in those bigger communities basically have like at messages like they don't highlight unless it's from a mod because yeah, you run into people who are just like pick me's and we'll add the streamer. That is a very non-streamer etiquette thing to do.
Or, you know, talk about feet constantly. See, I'm going to tell you something though. Lucy used to always talk about feet. Now he doesn't always talk about feet. You just have to give him a minute.
Yeah.
He'll get through his talking about people's feet. He's better now. He still talks. He still mentions it occasionally, but it's not like it used to be, which I like.
Like one of the biggest Tarkov streamers, Pestily, he's done some insane streams where he's had like 200,000 people in chat. And it's like you blink and then the page is scrolled 14 times because there's that many messages.
Mm-hmm.
There is never an expectation to read anything for a streamer in chat.
Mm-mm. But yeah, so when it comes to streamer etiquette, I just don't think people on YouTube have it. Stop putting things in here.
Yeah.
Lazy bitches. Not wanting to walk upstairs. Do it in Truth or Dare now? Oh, you do it in Truth or Dare now? Yeah, that's fine. You grew as a person. Aw. Good. We like personal growth. I don't mind it. I think it's funny. But the thing is I know some people are weirded out by it. That's why I mentioned it. It wasn't like, and it was mostly because of that one person. I'm not going to mention the streamer's name, but there was one person who was like straight up like, who was like, I rated out to this person, and this person, Lucy was like, why can't I chat here? Oh, I'm banned. And it was like, what'd you do? And so I went messaged the streamer, and they were like, yeah, all they do is talk about feet. I was like, fair enough, I get it. He wasn't mad, I wasn't mad, and she wasn't mad. She was just like, yeah, just didn't want anybody talking about feet. She's a sweetie pie though. Too bad you got banned from her, but whatever.
Yeah, some people just are very active on that on that ban button for vibe bans.
Mm-hmm. I'm not very active about vibe bans.
I would give people some chances if they haven't said like anything wrong. Uh,
Where is...
like there's certain things that you don't say.
It's like, what's your address?
Yeah.
Or, I know your mom's legal name.
Hey baby, I know your mom's legal name.
I mean, yeah.
Be a bit weird if I didn't.
Yeah.
Is that cool cave?
Sort. All right. So I told. I wanted it to. Oh Lord, where did it go? Where did you start putting shit? Oh my God.
Are you okay if I kill whoever this is in Faybreak? Who are you?
Is it Dr. Braun?
The Fangalo blocks.
Oh, go for it. I already did that. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine.
I beat you to it. I was trying to level my pals.
Yeah, I figured that you did, but I didn't know if you got to
Oh,
this.
that's where I wanted to put that.
I think it's the last Faybreak boss I have to do.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh,
Do I have a favorite boss I gotta do now still? I don't think so. I think I'm done. I think I've done all the bosses and bounties.
On all the bounties? Yeah, I'm done as well. There's still 4 on the Sky Islands.
Yeah.
5 on
Yeah, I've got a few I gotta do on the Sky Islands. I'm trying to...
and the Sanctuary bosses.
No, I'm struggling to figure out. Babe, can you do me a favor? I'm very slow.
Yeah?
2 things. 1, can you bring the merchant from my house to my warehouse, my workshop?
Yep.
And 2, I guess that's all I really needed right now. I can do the other thing.
What was 2 gonna be?
Help me find where the fuck these bitches put my Sorelight.
Ah, okay, will do.
Because originally it was going into this chest that was by my thing, right? And that was fine. Whatever. I didn't want it going there, so I tried to put it going somewhere else, and they didn't. So I'd made it private, but it wasn't going anywhere. And then it did go somewhere, but I don't know where they put it. I don't know where they put
In
it.
your head,
The fuck? I don't know where else there's a chest here.
Cat Wandering Merchant is in your base.
Come back here! Come! No! No! Make him stop! Oh, no, it's fine. I got work over here.
Let me see if it's assigned to any tasks.
He's mining. He's mining. It's fine. I can go catch him.
Do you want me to only have him on like something like handiwork?
Tell him to.
or-
No, I don't know what he's doing. What is his ability? What can he do? Can you put him?
He has no partner skill as a human.
God damn, he's stupid. Not ability. I meant like what can he do?
1 water and 1 handiwork.
Put him in
on
the sphere module. Sphere thingy.
The what?
Sphere line. I don't remember the word. Assembly.
Oh, the assembly line. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's actually a good spot to get him kept. Assembly line. The sphere assembly line. There he is. Okay. He's coming over. He will live there now.
Thank goodness. Oh, I don't want to make a sphere.
That chest is private locked, so the Sora light won't be going in there. Any of these schematic chests? Oh. Same as 1960
What would it
in
be?
your head. None of those ones good. Fighting with their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns in your head.
I've got to go make him a
in your
bed
head.
too. Sorelight.
In your head.
Also, I'm gonna move these.
In your head. Zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head? I see that's supposed to go in this chest.
Yeah.
Zombie. Oh, oh. I wonder if it's just still in the mine and hasn't been taken.
No, because I had some in my inventory and then I put it somewhere.
And on the medicine cabinet, it would be weird if it was,
The
but
bulk
may as well
thing.
check.
I don't think it'll even go in the medicine cabinet.
Neither do I, but I checked anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, on the roof. Is there any chests on the roof?
I don't think so. I mean, unless the expedition thing counts as a chest.
Doesn't have a chest with it. No. Oh, it could be in. This still be weird, but it is a possible spot it could be put.
Where?
Where's your fridge?
I don't have a fridge here.
You don't have a fridge? Okay.
No, I put everything in the cooler. Somebody's getting a big bed because I don't have the materials to make a small one.
If I take the Sorelight
This will be my bed.
and drop it.
Oh my god, he's so cute. Aren't you supposed to be cooling down the food right now? That's fine. Oh no, he's not. He's the
Okay, it is this shaft.
Would you like to come down my shaft? My elevator shaft. It's very quick. You just lose about half your health.
I think you were just out of Sorelight.
No, I wasn't. I'm so mad about it because, like, for real, I had it in my pocket. I had it in
Did
my
you
pocket.
drop it to
No,
someone?
no, I bulk sorted it. Oh, it's in here again. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Okay, well, if you bulk sort it now, go up. I dropped summon and followed a duelist, and it took it to the proper storage.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, the good thing is they tend to prioritize what's on the ground as it's picking up.
Oh, armor schematic, sniper module.
I have missing that thing.
Your aura did it? How dare.
Yes, some streamers actually just literally play game for a time and then take a break and just re-chat for a while.
Yeah.
Others re-chat as they're playing. It depends on the streamer. I started trying to look bad within the first 5 minutes. Guess why? Apparently, me replying to someone trying to explain why something they said didn't make sense to me was rude behavior. And to be honest, thank God I was banned. Seemed like a toxic place the more I thought about it anyway. Yeah.
I got banned from Chibidoki's stream
Why
once.
do I have hydrate twice? One's uppercase and one's lowercase. Weird.
I got banned from Chibidoki's stream once for mentioning another streamer because I mentioned Iron Mouse. Right? But the thing is it was a... Okay, so basically she was playing the same game as Iron Mouse. And I thought that I was clicking on Iron Mouse's stream. And I was clicking on Chibidoki's stream instead. And when I went in there, I saw Chibidoki's face and I was really thrown off. Right? Because I thought that I was going to Iron Mouse's stream. And I typed in chat, damn, Iron Mouse looks like a crackhead. But the thing is then I responded. I was like, sorry, I didn't mean to mention other people in chat. And also, I figured the crackhead comment wouldn't be a big deal because, like, how people typically typically talk to Chibidoki. It's on brand. Because people usually make fun of her. And they unbanned me. It was fine. I just had to wait out the time.
Yeah, some of them are just like temp bans.
Mm-hmm.
Minor offenses typically get temp bans in a lot of the big communities.
Like, you mentioned another streamer. I'm like, I honestly didn't even think about it. I picture her and Iron Mouse as like similar levels. I don't like because they're like they both seem pretty big to me. So I would have thought like it was just like mentioning a peer. But there is specifically a rule not to mention other streamers, and I did break that rule, so I'm not going to complain about like.
Yeah, I don't get that rule. Like, you're on a platform streaming.
It's the same reason I think that I had an issue whenever Milky kept talking about Fillion.
Oh, yeah.
It's just like
To be fair, you don't like Philly. It's just
I
noisy.
don't like Fillion.
But yeah, it's just
But
like...
what are you doing over here? You're not waiting to cook down here. You're not cooking these eggs.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
The thing is, it could be like that, but the thing is if somebody doesn't like another streamer, do you think they're going to say it? I don't really want to talk about that person specifically. You might as well just make it a blanket. I don't want to talk about this streamer.
It's because, like, advertising, but, like...
Who's gone missing? Oh, has she? I mean, she's
Oh, yeah, there's
probably
rumors
just
that
taking a
she's
break.
pregnant.
Oh,
That was one of the rumors I heard.
time for my blanket. Let's not talk about other VTubers. So I can not talk about a VTuber I don't really want to talk about. I
But,
don't
like,
know.
you're on
I've
a
seen about her.
platform
It's
full of
fine.
streamers. It's a bit... Like, it's... If anyone ever talks about a stream, it's at most a temp ban. Just
Yeah.
or a timeout or something. Like, it's... Yeah, I don't get that rule too much.
It's kind of like advertising. It's also kind of like I get it. I get it on some level. My rule specifically is like, I say my rule specifically. Mine is more like, I would feel more comfortable with don't bring up another streamer unless I bring them up first.
Yeah, just in context sort of things.
Her model's not from VRJ. She got a new one. And I mean, if you're still using like an anime face, anybody who's not using like their real face can consider themselves a VTuber. Like, for example, the Peanut Dude. He doesn't like that he won the VTuber awards because he doesn't like the term VTuber. But
That's what he
that's
is.
what he is. But the thing is, he's also not based on his own definition. If you consider yourself to be a VTuber, because there are a lot of pink tubers who I wouldn't consider to be VTubers, I consider to be
Yeah.
pink tubers. You know, I feel like a lot of work goes into making your model move and stuff like that. And I understand that there are restrictions based on your PC and stuff, right? But like, there's ping tubers, there's gift tubers, there's react tubers who are like, who's just like, they've got like the Discord reacts on, but it's like, it's not, it's more just like a picture that glows.
Yeah. I don't like the streamer awards as a premise. It's just a cringy
Oh,
off-brand
so
version
Saturday. I
of
don't like that. That's gross. Oh, that guy? Yeah. Nobody likes it. He did.
what's it called? Of just like and fucking the Oscars or something. It's just
A lot of
and I don't
people
like it.
voted for the peanut guy as like a fuck you to VTubers in general. Because he didn't want to win, so everybody's just like, oh yeah, just fucking give it to him. Okay, I got it. Look. Look. You see how you're getting ready to cook, Unco? Unco?
I will just say I have no plan on, even if nominated and in the run-in for something, going virtually or in person or anything to a streamer awards.
Oh no.
Oh, you might hate me.
Oh man, why?
Uh, I have a present for you.
Oh Lord.
Take a guess.
Trying to remember what the fuck it is that I want. It's not gonna be a Bushi that's better than my Bushi. Is it a Bushi that's better than my Bushi?
No. Work base or home base? I'll bring it to your home base for now, and you can choose wherever you want it.
Mm. I'm pretty sure I've got everything I want to get. What am I missing?
Yep. I just came across him in the desert. I was trying to find a second.
You whore! I'm gonna kick his ass. Get over here. Look.
Try to run away.
Look. Herbie. Okay. Uh-huh. He's not a guinea pig, he's a hamster. Come back. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I was just running through the desert trying to find.
Oh, Lord. Yeah! His stat value's increased by 15, and he acquired burly body. I'm telling you, I'm gonna have the strongest hamster in the Wild West.
Ah, 95, 71, 30. To be fair, yeah. So you've basically fixed him at this point. In fact, he's stronger now because his defense is actually not 6.
Yeah.
Before it was 6, and now it's 30.
Yeah. Good hamster.
Yeah, I was just like, I saw him, I will catch him.
That's fine. That's fine. As long as he's here and I don't have to search for him anymore, I do not care. I want to give him. I want to find him a place that he can just hang out. So I'm gonna put him by this primitive workbench, and that's gonna be
Yeah.
where he stands.
Yeah, perfect idea. I'm gonna get me a pal that
I'm not gonna put him by the primitive workbench, apparently. Oh, yeah, I am. Here he's down here. Oh, he's also a workaholic, so that's good. He he has one skill. He can punch.
Interesting. Okay, I'm going to deliberately put a bad skill on this Tide. I'm gonna put Mercy Hit on it
Look at him. He's a dick.
instead of a Conceited. And hope he
He's my
changes
mad
it to something
scientist.
nice. Things over. Hemi's fixed now.
Yeah, Herbie's fixed.
Oh, Herbie, not Hemi. Hemi's a different hamster. Whereabouts is your primitive weapon? Just down, isn't
Oh,
it?
Relaxosaurus. I got a Mimog effigy. That's fun.
Oh, nice. Mhm.
Have I had eggs in here still? Yes, I do. Oh my god.
With their tinks and their bombs and their bombs and their jump. Oh! I mean, I didn't want that on my Tide, but it did succeed.
What?
Farmers work suitability +2. Ranch master.
On a Dormitide. That's
Yeah.
beautiful.
What's in your head? In your
I got a huge mutated egg.
head.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got
Zombie,
2 huge mutated eggs.
zombie, eh, eh, oh, do, 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 mm, mm,
Look at
mm, mm.
Lulu. Look at Lulu just vibing. Her entire job is just to vibe. That's her job. She don't have to do nothing.
Fossil head? Yeah, let's. Silence. Mistaken. The same OT since
Alright, let's see what we can do here.
1960. In your head, there's no fighting. With their tanks and their bombs and their bombs and their guns. In your head, they're dying. In your head, in your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. What's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie, zombie. Eh, eh, eh. Oh, mm, oh, 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 oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Your aura farming back at the base. I'll go check on you. I'll go check on you. And make sure that these eggs are.
It's over as a 9,000.
My husband is an absolute freaking crackhead, if you guys don't know.
I like crack.
Like I said.
Um, Something I saw that is good for raids is recovery grenades. You can throw them at your pals and they heal.
Oh,
Uh,
that's good news.
but we have a lot of work to do before we can even do ultra raids.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go crack. I want to try and get legend on my Tide. Can I? Um, Where's the breeding calculator? There it is. I want from a source power
I'm gonna catch some Gruntails too soon.
I want Jormungand or
Good
even
lord.
Ignis. Oh, okay. That can give me legend.
I wanna get this.
I am going to go to catch a Grizzbolt. I haven't caught a Grizzbolt yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna go do the Zoe quest and also.
Right, I should talk to her, huh?
Yeah, you didn't talk to her, you just caught her, didn't you?
Yeah. Zoe, can I do your quest? If you're like here. I can't talk to her.
So, thanks for hanging out so often, Lucy.
Well, I did talk to her and she told me to defeat 5 Free Pal Alliance members, and that's what I did today.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so other version of Zoe's gonna be by the Desolate Church. I just caught a version of her. She's got multiple personalities, you know.
And they manifest in actual persons.
I wanted to go check on Lucy and I totally forgot. I'll do it after I talk to her. Well, you actually went through with it. Not bad, but to be honest, I can kind of see where those Alliance guys are coming from. I don't really know who's in the right anymore. Maybe it's time I gave some real thought for once. But in any case, I'm pretty glad to have someone like you I can count on. Okay. You know, once I ran away from a group with Griswold, it was freezing at night. I remember trying to stay warm and finding this old scrap of cloth somewhere. Just a rag, really, but looking back, I think it was the first time I'd ever shared something with someone. Come to think of it, we were hiding in some ruins not too far from here. Hey, could you find it for me? You're like the only one I can ask for something like this. Okay. She wants this random tattered piece of cloth. Okay. Stop licking my screen. You're being weird. I'm trying to lick Zoe. Also, Zoe's name doesn't have a Y. Stop putting a Y at the end. Every time you type it.
Oh, it's a Zoe with an E.
Yeah.
Just end in. I mean, all Zoes have an E, but. Just ends with an E.
There you are.
I think I've only known one Zoe IRL, and that was in early primary school. I think. I barely remember my life.
Zoe, growing up, I used to think of as like a Sesame Street character.
Oh, there is a drone.
Holy fucking shit. 401 bones. Lucy, get a life. Jesus. And 3,299 wood. Like he's the hardest worker here.
There is a drone in the one with the Grizzbolt. It just only patrols the border. So
I
literally
say
as
that,
soon
but dude, I've got over 10k berries in here.
Yeah, as soon as you get inland, like inland towards the Grizzbolt,
Mhm.
the drone won't patrol there, so you're safe. They might have set patrol paths. I mean, they almost certainly have set patrol paths.
Should I try and get more inland for the lava one too?
No, they seem to patrol inland, so maybe around the border's better.
Yeah, but I was by the border, and that was where I was dying.
I don't know. Okay, I am gonna try and breed into the Jormuntides I'm making. I want to get legend in there instead of. I mean, Lucky's still decent, but I want to get legend.
Did I see you run
Because
to it?
legend
No.
is good.
Oh, I didn't even notice. You're like, I ate and then back to work. That's just me for real.
Grizzbolt, you're gonna get surgery.
I do like the way he runs, though. It's super funny. Alright, time to go to the ruins.
Musclehead. Serenity.
The berries as you went in a rush to. Oh, I see. You're like, whoa, that's right, there are berries in there. Yum yum.
And then you have legend. I sent for
Oh, that's what this is.
not necessary.
Interesting.
Legend.
I'm getting her a
Pled.
towel. Babe, we've got a monitored suspicious user.
What?
We've got a suspicious user in the chat.
Is a Schmidmission nervous?
Yeah, fuck that guy. Get out of here. Nobody likes you.
Who are they? Is it a boat?
It's a towel. It's a towel. Not even a cute blanket. It's just a towel. But you know what? She likes it. Whatever. No, it's not on YouTube.
Oh, I see.
AI viewer streamaboo.com. Well, I don't know if you guys see that actually. Oh, there you go.
Oh, cool. It worked for me. I added streamboo.com, like that part of it, to the blocked words, and it didn't appear in my one.
Nice. That's it. Our blanket from all those years ago. There's no doubt about it. But I can't believe you actually found it. Well, nobody was gonna pick that shit up, Zoe. I mean, this kind of thing shouldn't matter to you, right? So why'd you go out of your way to do it?
Ooh,
Thank you.
some of these
I see you in a
bonus
different
are
light
good.
now. You know, I've got this feeling maybe someone like you could make it across the sea. I've had enough. The tower, the group, even me. I don't know what I was protecting anymore. So I've decided this time I want to see it for myself. Really see it. Take me with you on your journey. You'll let me and Griswold tag along, right? Black base for sure. Orange and purple accents. Oh, it's you. I'm kind of in the middle of something here. What's up? You know, Halloween, right? My team's been getting into the spirit, literally. So I set up a stage to match the mood. Figured I'd play along a little, but it feels a little empty. Excuse me? A costume? For me? Why on earth would I do that? And it's not like I've got materials or a sewing kit. What? You're offering to make it? Wait a minute. I never agreed to wear anything. What? Okay, craft Zoe's Halloween costume and hand it over to her.
Demon God, Lucky.
Okay. I guess. I'm just talking to her, dude. I don't fucking know. Gonna go craft something, I guess. Look, I know it's summer. Well, it's winter for me. But it's not October. But she wants to wear a Halloween costume, so I guess. Hmm. Maybe we make it here. Oh, here it is. Oh, that's cute. Now wear it. I can't wear it.
Went from like, hey, I'll join, let's adventure together, to, oh, it's you, make me Halloween.
Yeah.
Maybe she really does have multiple personalities.
I'm gonna go to my house real quick. I want to see if I can use it as a cosmetic for myself.
Fortunately,
Yeah, I did
the
think it was a little odd.
Fortunately, I can never get never get legend on Bellinar Libero. Because the only way to make Bellinar Libero is to breed it with 2.
And it doesn't have legend.
It doesn't have legend. Most pals you can breed legend down to. It's just they have to have other breeding combinations.
She's just a Sindri. I know. Not my type. She's weird. It's not for me. Apparently my type is not Tsundere. My type is more Dere.
Yeah.
What? Wait, that thing you're holding. No way! You actually made it? And you want me to wear it? Just don't be ridiculous. I'm the Rain Syndicate boss, you know. What? I mean, you don't have to throw it out. Whatever. It's not like I said I wouldn't wear it or anything. Seriously, you're such a weirdo. But, well, thanks.
He really is a
Another sphere?
bear.
Seriously? What are you obsessed? Whatever. But no way I'm just handing it over. Take down those Free Pal Alliance clowns for me. Okay. Now I have to defeat 30 of them. Baka. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm giving her the weird accent.
In your head, they are dying. Oh,
Does this mean?
their
Does this
kings
mean?
and their bombs and their guns in your head, in your head. This is like the third time I've heard this in like an hour.
Yeah, the fuck? I mean, I like this song, don't get me wrong, but you're right, this is...
Zombie, what's in your head? In your head, zombie, zombie,
There we go. Hell yeah.
zombie.
Hold on.
Eh, eh, oh, mm, mm, do, 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 do.
There we go, she's in her Halloween costume. It's adorable, actually. Stop.
You did not drop your schematic.
She's a witch cat.
I wonder if they changed where you get the child rifle schematics from.
That'd be a cool cosplay. Perfection. I don't know. I don't know why they keep coming down here. Especially just him. It's just him that comes down here. I don't know.
Since 1916, in your head, they're still fighting with their tanks and their bombs. I can get it from the arena merchant for a lot.
What are you talking about?
They're dying in your head, in your head.
Mutated egg was Mammoris Christ.
In your head, zombie, zombie, eh, eh, we, oh, mm, 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 oh, 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 eh,
Why did I just go to your workshop? I'm so used to my workshop being near your workshop. I feel like I just went to your workshop thinking I was going to mine. No, I was trying to just put this DIY away. I don't know what I'm doing with it now. This is just extra shit. Random DIYs that...
Oh, speaking of nothing because I wasn't speaking. I'm gonna go around Sky Island with Tomcat.
Okay. Oh, yeah,
To
you're right.
see to scout dungeons. Yeah.
I am going to...
Um,
I should probably, like... raise the trust of my
Yeah, just have them in your party. Kingship peaches as well. If you wanna do the
Yeah.
camp.
I could do the camps, get some
Like the
kinship.
free.
You're right.
Yeah.
Not a magic spell to use. Slime and snails and puppy dog tails. Thunder and lightning, and Bobby said. Dance magic, dance magic, dance magic. Put the magic spell on me. Jump, jump magic, jump magic, jump magic. Put that magic. Now it looks like 3 little kinship peaches give them 1 trust.
Yeah, I was given so if you give 4 of the purple ones, the bigger ones, it jumps from 4 to 8. And I think I was given like 10 or something, and it gets to 4. I don't remember how many I was given to get to 4.
Welcome back, Sims.
Welcome back.
I am gonna go. How does it work? Like,
jump, magic jump, jump, magic jump, jump, magic jump, 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 jump.
I want to take care of the bosses that I haven't taken care of in Sky Islands.
I'll join you.
Okay. Like, I'm gonna do the slow Watt and the Wistella. I'm gonna go slow Watt first.
Yeah, I am just currently.
She's a crackhead. I don't have any intention of catching it, by the way, or either one of them. So if you want to catch it, let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna kill it.
Give me a second. I was just getting a Frostellion, because my current one, I've got one breed and one. The Swallow. Oh yeah, the Swallow. I don't care about catching that.
Okay. So am I waiting on you?
Yeah, I'll just be a second. Oh, okay. Dance, magic dance. Magic jump, jump, magic jump. I'm on my way, honey. Wee. And if it's like 100, 100, 100, I'll catch it, but that's about it.
See, it's a 70, 67, 73.
That's okay.
Get in there. Fuck it up.
Oh.
Nice.
Wow, your Shadow Guard gets the dark laser. I want to see how this ultrasonic ping works.
Dark laser. He has Nightmare Ball. Creates a giant ball of darkness, hurls at an enemy, torrential blast, and Hydro Slicer.
It must have been Tombat then.
Yeah, check it.
Oh, and I'm not getting shot by electricity. Dark laser. Yep. Yep. Cool. Okay, what's the next one we're going to? The Wistella?
Yeah.
Nice. Did someone say crack? No, no one said crack.
Nobody said that. What are you talking about?
Never. Never again. I definitely
Haven't got one of these yet.
Ooh. Oh, I got a mechanical bow schematic. Ooh. you can combine them and you can get a blue mechanical schematic. You're missing. Yeah, each Sky Island has its own unique creatures, which is cool.
Yay! I have an
Nice.
unstable hoodle.
Kemi and Lapiron.
Oh my god, I don't have the Sketty either.
This other thing's getting attacked as well. I'll kill these other friends.
Did you kill it?
No?
Oh,
It got killed by the Laprions because they got aggroed.
Oh no, I don't have that
There's
either. What the
more
fuck is
around.
that? You bitch.
Like, what is insane is the Meow Meow is listed as an SS class weapon
Yeah.
for versatility, but it doesn't do good damage at all. But it
I
still
like
does
being able to spam cats.
It's SS for cats. There's another hoodle up here. If oh, there's
I
another
don't
back
care
in
about
the-
a huddle. I want a back of me.
Yeah, further up the trail, there's a couple. There's some up there. Yeah, there's a few around.
Get this large
Okay.
parcel.
How does your ultrasonic sensor work?
I don't think that was an ultrasonic sensor somehow.
I imagine you're one of the the deeper voices in choir, Lucy. I don't know why. You could be one of the high pitched like choir boys.
I'm blind.
No. Oh, it's a Mimog. Die, bitch. You ran away.
No, Lucy's voice is surprisingly deep.
Yeah, thought so. You like the bass of the choir. Sealed Realm of the Astral Vow. That's a pretty name for the Wistella. I do want to potentially try and catch this one.
That's fine. I won't kill it.
Yeah, I shot it twice. Meow, 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 meow. That's a pretty good chance to get it. Got some soul spheres from some debris. Yeah, got it.
It is an amusing way to try and tame something. Or
Meow,
get the
meow,
damage
meow.
down. Meow, 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 meow,
It's just
meow.
so annoyed by the meows, and I just want to be in a ball and away from
Oh
it.
my god, just get away from me.
It does psychic damage.
Mhm. Oh jeez. Thing is it's like, it's easy to spam. It's spammable.
Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so this is
I need to get the Dynamorph.
Hello?
Have you already fought Dynamorph?
I haven't caught anything on the west side of the island.
The only thing I need to do is the Dynamorph. I think. Hold on.
Salvage. Okay, that's what salvage looks like.
Yeah, the only thing I still have left to do on the Sky Islands is Dynamorph. Okay.
And yes. I still have the Dynamorph and the Flarical.
Okay. You can go high pitch to deep to Eldritch Horror. Oh jeez.
I imagine doing that like on just like
Back to back.
back to back would hurt your voice. You gotta prepare to swap pitch that drastically. Do some warm ups.
Are you coming with me to do the dynamorph? You're gonna do that later.
No, I'm coming with you.
Okay.
I'm just flying rather than taking the portals. I don't know if you're taking the portals, but
So I'm flying.
Yeah, just as long as you don't damage your voice, that's all that matters.
Unless you want to. If you want to damage your voice, that's entirely up to you.
That is entirely up to you. Oh, there it is. It's only slightly bigger.
Well, you want to catch it?
Nah. Ew. Ew.
It's pretty decent damage, I think, unless you're also hitting it.
I'm also shooting it.
Oh. Well, I thought I was doing okay.
Okay, so if I get off you and then do ultrasonic sensor here.
I think there are any
Chest.
bounties up here.
Oh!
Hmm.
There's a portal we haven't discovered. That also appears from the ultrasonic sensor.
This one over here?
Yeah, I haven't been through this portal. Oh no, I have been through this
Yeah,
portal.
it was like, it's on mine.
I was fucking backwards.
You
So
make
you're
yourself
done
sound
with
like
all the
kawaii little
things?
anime girl and Mickey Mouse. Oh, my goodness. I can make myself sound like a really bad voice actor.
I can make myself sound like Tristan.
I can make myself sound like a really bad singer.
I wish I could do that. I'm just perfect.
It's true. Oh, babe, here's a pretty spot. Unfortunately, it's right next to one of these giant fucking way shrines, so you wouldn't want to build a house here. Nice waterfall, though. Let's see. Down, 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 down.
If I hit them with the edge of the holy birth, not the center. Cool.
Acting and singing is easy with practice. That's how I got good. Well, I mean, I do practice kind of casually. Plus, I'm built different. I don't know how I can't compete. Can't compete with somebody who's
I'm
built
built the
different.
same. I'm unfortunately not built different. Only the same. Yeah, so this says as a chest. Here's what the dungeon looks like when it
I've been practicing very casually since I was a baby. So basically, I sing even though people probably don't want to hear it. That's the way I sing. That's how I practice. I do it anyways.
I want to hear it.
Oh, you do. I said probably. Why do I only have 60 cakes? Oh, I'm limited on freaking eggs, bruh. Whatever.
Okay, there's an invisible chest there. That just doesn't exist. Even though the Tomcat says it's there.
You love listening to me? Aw.
You have that Kami Sama built. Oh my god. Weeblish.
Oh my god, I forgot the space existed.
Yeah, there's a glitch chest there. Salvage.
Oh my gosh. Lucy's a dork.
He's a dorkable?
I just dork.
Just dork, okay. How is just dork?
Hey, do you want to fight Zoe with me again?
Gonna fight Zoe?
Yeah, why not? The Rain Tower Syndicate thing?
I don't know if that gives anything good if we fight her again.
I don't know. I'm just trying to build trust with my gloopies. I don't freaking know how to do it.
Let me see. Our best way to build trust. Feed your pals kinship peaches, raiding enemy NPC bases, and keeping them actively in your party during
Oh, okay.
the combat. Okay.
Hey, look, I read an enemy camp. You guys trust me because I'm releasing this pal? Fuck off.
Something.
Okay. You trust me? Well, that's good. I'm glad.
Got the trust of Lucy.
That's all I need. I'm just gonna fly around looking for enemy camps and just do all of them
Yeah.
and attack everybody with a cat.
And then you also get like the little kinship peaches from freeing the pals, which is nice.
True. And also, I'll capture or defeat 30 Alliance pal members. Probably. If I do it right.
See what the combat.
Do I trust you? Yeah. I think so. You haven't given me a reason so far not to trust you, so
Okay.
that's not necessarily to say that I'm automatically trust you right off the bat, but I think so. Or I don't think I should automatically trust people who just haven't given me a reason not to trust them, but like you've not given me a reason not to trust you. I think so.
I tend to trust people until they prove otherwise, which trusting people first sometimes comes back to bite you. Some people are dicks.
I
Some
decided
people
this is
take
how
a
I'm
while
fighting
to
people
reveal.
today.
Hmm?
But I've decided this is just how I'm fighting people today. The freaking cat. Meow meow. Look, until I get my Terra Prisma thing, this is what I'm gonna use. Look, I'm already up to 7 out of 30 Alliance pal members. You do have trust issues? I do too.
Yeah. I have trust issues, even though I still trust people initially.
Yeah. Same, fam. Grintail! Shit, I don't know why I decided to jump off my mount. That's the best way to do it, yeah?
Yeah.
Sleep. Oh my god, he look. No! No! You bitch!
Whoa.
What just happened?
Did the server go down?
I don't know what just happened.
Connection to the host has been lost. Let's see if there's an update.
Restarting. Server will now restart. Is there like a setting to like restart temporarily or something? periodically?
Maybe. Save to the.
We're currently configuration profiles.
Many servers come with a pre-programmed daily restart task or use custom reboot routines within your router web interface under automated tasks.
Okay, looks like it's fine now.
Yeah, they only turn the server off and on.
Like, if trust was a percentage initially when I meet people, it's about 50%. It goes up or down. Yeah, yeah. Lucy hasn't really given me a reason not to trust him. So, and he's been here for a while. To be fair, I don't know what the fuck he's going on with the only thing that keeps my trust level at medium with Lucy is that I don't know what the fuck is going on with all his shit. And honestly, all that does, it doesn't mean that I like necessarily super distrust him. It just means I'm a bit suspicious.
Yeah. A healthy dose of suspicion is always good. I'd say with people, I tend to start at like 70 or 80%.
Sim's level of trust is higher, but I'm also apprehensive because I know you slip up. And I don't think you do it on purpose. So I have to like be careful of stuff that you know. It's like that.
Just have to be bopped every so often, Sims.
Yeah.
I
I don't think that anything that Sims does is out of maliciousness.
No. Lucy just ends up in some really
Yeah.
interesting situations.
I don't think any slight apprehension I have towards Lucy is not anything to do with me. It is not me feeling like anything that he's doing has anything to do with me either. Like I think he has a double life going on. That's what it feels like. It feels
Secretly a
a
spy.
secret double life going on, and I don't know what that is.
And you don't really want to know
No,
too much.
no, it's like that part of Lucy's life is Lucy's life. Don't want to know.
In your hand, zombie.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's weird because like I don't think that you try either, you know.
No,
But I also don't feel like it's a minding my own business type of situation either because like
it keeps happening.
it keeps happening.
It's
I don't know what it is that you're doing, so I can't like give advice on it, and I also don't want to know. It's a very peculiar situation. The only thing I could say is if it keeps happening, like I feel like my question I have so many questions, but I also don't want the answers to them. So like all I can say is if you're responding to random people DMing you, stop. Block people. I don't know. It is not just unlucky. Lucy, there's no way. There's no way. And like this is why I say like I trust you to a point, but then there's apprehension because I there's
a
no
couple
way.
of times would be unlucky.
Yeah.
It's too regular to be just luck.
And I don't know what it is.
Not saying you're at fault.
No, I'm not saying you're at fault. I'm saying there's something that is because of you that it keeps happening. I don't know what that is. I'm not even saying it's malicious. I'm just saying something you are doing or not doing. That's why I said, like, if you're responding to random DMs, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That could be landing you and shit or whatever, if that's something that you do. I'm not saying that responding to DMs is even necessarily doing a bad thing. If you think but it's like I don't know. I don't know what it is. You're also very stupid.
controversial and you're stupid. Yeah, yeah. I mean, just take things as learning experiences. Be like,
That's another thing too, is it doesn't feel like you're learning from whatever. Like, if you get banned off something, think about,
what you did, what you said.
yeah, what happened, what caused it. Don't just be like, oh wow, I'm unlucky.
Yeah,
Never
what you
think
do.
I'm unlucky when it comes to those things. Think about what could you have done to prevent that.
Yeah, like were you actively like DMing people and they were just reporting you? I mean, you won't know if but like I don't know. Were you?
Like I said, I don't think that you're a bad guy, even a little bit.
Mhm.
I think that
That's good. It's always good to learn.
I think I think you're not learning from mistakes. If it was probably unlucky the first time, but then you kept doing it because you weren't learning from the mistakes.
Yeah, yeah. We're not jumping in your throat. We're just like
No, 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 no.
we love you. We want you to be
Yeah, I don't like when I rated that person who's really nice. I would I don't want to raid somebody who I know like has banned one of the people who's in my one of my viewers or something like that. What does that say about me?
you
It says that
are
it's
protective over your community.
I like yeah, I mean, I'm protective over my community. I just meant like from the perspective of somebody I rated, they're gonna be like, why is this person who I banned in their community disgusting? I'll, to me, if somebody like whenever I saw it, I was like, clearly it's just like a vibe ban or something like that. It's probably not like that at all. But I could see that being what some people think.
It's purely just like
We worry about you
we worry. We want you to
because
be happy.
here's the thing too, is like we also understand how much of a toll social media takes on your mental health.
Hmm. Social media is not for
And
everyone.
with it being with what we can see your experience of social media to be, I understand why. I understand why. The thing is it's not like that for most people. And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say.
I don't know you. I need to go back to my base. Ooh.
Yeah. The reason there is the apprehension, and I'm going to be honest with you, is because there is a very particular activity that gets people banned easily, right? And I will say that it is related to like stuff that you've been sent, or at least that I think you mentioned you've been sent, like that you reported, right? Jesse.
Yeah, certain content is just like even if you see it, there's a likelihood you get banned and
Yeah. It's like what I don't want to find out is that you're involved in any of that.
yeah. And
However,
me
you are
searching that
in
true
all
crime.
honesty, like despite how much I like you and how I see you
Hi,
here and
Jesse.
everything like that, in all honesty, all of y'all, as much as I love y'all, technically you're all strangers on the internet. You know?
She married a stranger on the
I did
internet.
marry a stranger on the internet. I said I spent a lot more time with you, bitch.
Oh my god.
But that's why I say like different levels of trust, because like I've spent more time with Jesse. I've spent more time with Sims.
Yeah.
You know, like in playing games and stuff together. You know, and just having like normal conversations. Lucy, I think our conversations are pretty much stuck to what goes on stream. You know, and joking about feet. You're not. You get actively sick from it. I know. That's fine. That's fine. But that's why. But it's just one of those things. I could sit here and I could say I could I could say I 100% trust that. But it is one of those. It is one of those. Uh, healthy skepticisms, and that's what you need to have. Is a healthy skeptic. It's okay. We've played games together before. We haven't played Animal Crossing together. There's a different kind of bond that happens in Animal Crossing. It's an Animal Crossing thing, okay? I don't know how to describe it. It's a healthy skepticism. And I implore everybody, everybody, everybody. This goes to Sims, this goes to Jesse, this goes to the other 3 viewers who are lurking. Okay? Healthy skepticism. No matter how much you think you may know somebody online, always have a healthy level of skepticism. No, you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything. I'm just telling. It doesn't mean go around and act paranoid and whatever and don't feel like you can trust anybody. That's why I said, like, you can trust people.
That's
But,
unhealthy
like,
skepticism. You feel like you can't trust anyone.
yeah.
Healthy skepticism as well.
Like, like, I'm not gonna give Lucy my social security number. I'm not gonna give him my address.
How did I get here?
You know? That would be like, oh, I super, super trust you if you got my address. Like Jules has my address. And I have Jules, well, I did have Jules' address. She moved. I could get her address if I asked. Yeah, just give me your credit card number. Oh yeah, I trust you. You could be like, I'm not gonna use it, trust me. That's what I mean. Like if you're like, oh, do you trust me? I could say yes, I do trust you. And then you'd be like, cool, give me your credit card information. I won't use it. I'm not gonna trust that.
How did I manage to do that one? But I can't do this.
Going shopping. Sims knows my legal name. So, just based on conversations that we've had and stuff like that, and him needing to help me out with certain things, he knows my legal name. So I have to have a certain level of trust with him.
Yeah.
Jessie is my mod, and her and Milky have been here since the fucking very beginning. I trust her. Like I don't even know how to describe how I trust her. I don't think I trust her as much as I trust Jules, my best friend, but I think she's fucking up there, dude. And also, it's not any guy's fault, but I will by default just trust girls more than I trust guys.
I feel like that's just society's conditioned that because guys do creepy shit.
Mm-hmm.
I need So much carbon fiber, it's not funny. It is.
Hilarious. Tristan said guys do creepy shit. It's understandable. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's why I said it's not personal. I try to be very honest with people too. So like I don't want anybody getting misled. And I also understand parasocialism is a big thing too. And some people lean into the parasocial because it's like, oh, well, it benefits me for you to be parasocial because if you're parasocial, then you'll give me things as a streamer.
Some communities deliberately blur the line between parasocial and like friendly, and
I
they
can,
like take advantage of it, and it's
yeah.
gross.
You had a dream about this moment? Oh no. What does that mean?
He had a dream about an intervention.
I don't think we're having an intervention.
No, we're not.
I need to get on Sakura, my thing, because like there's these spots in the ocean that are like blacked out because of I don't mind the borders being jagged, but like a random spot in the ocean.
Yeah, that bothers me too.
So I'm just gonna get Ophidia. My Sakura. I think she's over here. You saw the future? Oh my gosh.
I've had dreams where I've literally like seen the future and then it came true, but the problem then is it's not giving me the fucking winning lotto numbers.
Yeah, right?
I
Lame ass
just
future
want
telling. This isn't Sakura. Do I have her with me?
I just want the winning lotto numbers. It's that easy.
Maybe you've had dreams where you got the winning lotto numbers, but you thought it was just a dream, so you didn't do anything about it.
To be fair, I might have gotten them and then just didn't remember the dream.
Also possible. Where am I going? Go here. The amount of VTubers you've seen parasocial relationship, they tend to be somewhat. Yeah. I like you guys. I feel friendly towards you guys.
Yes.
I'm not gonna sit here and say you're my best friends. I'm saying like as it is with existing in a society, I suppose. I'm friendlier with some people than I am friendlier with others.
Autocorrected to crepe.
Huh?
Oh, Sim said creepy autocorrected to crepe. Like, he almost heard guys do crepe shit.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a place that does amazing crepes in the city, but it's in the city. That's it.
You do something different from what you did in the dream feels weird. Oh, yeah. What's over here? Oh my gosh. Anubis and Sekhmet are here. Hello, guys. In this random deserty island in which a Prickster Lux lives. Oh, I haven't killed the Prickster Lux yet.
Oh, I'll come over.
I totally forgot about that. That's like, oh shit.
Did you kill it instantly?
I haven't been near it. I just accidentally made Sakura do an attack. And I was like, no, she's gonna kill the Anubis and Sekhmet, but it looks like the Anubis and Sekhmet just fucking despawned from the world. They weren't even there. I didn't kill them. They're just gone. Speak ingredients, family. Only 3 people come to my birthday. One's my sister and one is 2.
Is the other one yourself? Or is it a friend? The only people I really have come to my birthdays and my family, but
Like when it's small
now
community
guys,
VTuber close to the usually feels understandable because they're always together, but it's like someone pick. Yeah, I agree. Is that today? No, it's not. It's not. It's in 2 days, isn't it? I'm not losing my mind. It's not today. It's in 2 days. Yeah, right? Tuesday for you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The 21st? Yeah, okay. Whew. I thought I missed it. I was like, no. I felt so bad when I missed Milky's birthday. It was his 18th birthday. Where am I going?
I think it's on the
Back.
underneath, yeah.
ありがとう。
Yippee. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna catch this because I've never had one.
The Prickster Locks?
Yeah, as soon as I find it.
I'm catching one of the little ones. The big one is.
I'll catch a little one. It's fine.
Which one is
There you
it?
go. Oh, shit.
Might be
Wow. Celine was very salty about the fact that guy did not want to get in my ball.
I was around this corner.
Okay, I'm coming.
Supposedly.
Why are these... What the
Where?
fuck, dude? These guys aren't even that crazy. Why is it 3%
It's up
from a
top.
legendary ball?
They're just the high level things. Is it? It's not up top.
Kick sash.
It might be a nighttime thing.
But all these other Prickster Luxes are here.
I know. The boss isn't. Maybe we have to kill his children.
Maybe.
It should theoretically be by this rock.
I'm electrocuted.
No.
No, come out and save me. I don't know why that's what I threw out, but okay.
Well, they're dead. Wait, what did you thought?
A brown cherry.
Oh.
Go, Vinny, I believe in you.
Sometimes have we heard Mr. Blue? Yeah, we seem to be hearing the same songs over
Oh my
and over
god.
again.
I'm gonna switch playlists. There's clearly only 3 songs on this fucking playlist. That's what happens when you let Spotify make a mix. It's like, oh, I heard you like Mr. Blue Sky. Let's listen to it again. Heard you like Zombie. Let's listen to it again. Get over here. Where you going? Where you going? Stop following him. Stop following him and get in the fucking... What the fuck is wrong with this dude? Whoa.
Why is this one drowning?
What the fuck? It looks like there's a Prickster Lux running around. Okay, there you go. It was. That was so weird.
Yeah, the only thing I can imagine, but the only thing I can think of is it's a nighttime pal, which it's gonna be stupid if that's the case.
I'm gonna look it up.
Oh, there's a schematic tower.
I'll look it
already.
up in the Discord. Okay, hold on a second. I'll check it in a minute. Just let me check the Discord for the Prickster Lux. Get in my Discord. Who's sending me a message request? Who the fuck's doing that? Who's this? Who are you? Emery? Who the hell's Emery?
I feel like they joined the Discord recently, and then you
Thanks for
complimented
liking
their
my
art.
artwork and complimenting. Oh, okay. That's fine. I'm not going to accept that DM though, because I don't like DM. You could just say thank you in the Discord, because that's where I said it. I thought it was
Yeah.
really pretty. Got a good power. There we go.
I'm a bit hesitant of people who join the Discord, don't say anything, and then immediately just post art.
Yeah, well, I thought it was really pretty, so I just kind of.
Yeah, it did look really nice, really pretty. Let me check the updated thingy.
Boss. Victor Boss. It doesn't say anything about nighttime. Nobody's confused about it. Is there a cave?
Is there a cave? I feel like I've seen it here though before in the past. When I came to this island, I'm
What
pretty
the
sure.
fuck? Babe,
What?
come down here. There's a drowning Prickster Lux in the sand.
Oh yes, yeah, I saw that before. I tried to attack it and I just didn't care.
Alright, that's weird. Oh, there's two drowning Prickster Luxes in the sand.
That's the only thing I can think of is maybe it spawned like in the ground.
How do we find out?
These ones just wandered. No, no. Yeah, there's not any caves.
It was like, technically speaking, I did see an Anubis and a...
Yeah, there's Anubises and Sekhmets on this island.
But they walked into the world. Hold on.
This was the place I first saw Sekhmet. Like, ooh, that's a high level Sekhmet. Maybe it just spawned in the ground and then died.
If it died, oh, I guess it would come back. But, like,
Yeah.
that hasn't happened with anything else. But to be fair, it's not like we see a lot of drowning scorpions.
True. Yeah, we don't see many. And Lux is electricity, and like they tend to the Luxes tend to be active during the daytime.
Yeah.
More often.
Well, the fact that we got the little ones out there means that they're active during the daytime. It's not.
Bricks, Lux,
Oh, oh, oh. I got in the ground with my camera. Come on.
So please note that the spawn point is located underground near the Sandstone Gate Island.
What?
The wiki thing says it's located underground. I don't see any way to get underground. I see how to get. I know how to get underground.
Okay, how?
It's not okay. So the side of the island by the teleporter, there's like a hole in the ground. Yes, there it is.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a cave entrance right here.
All right.
Usually the cave entrances are by it.
And it'll say on its little thing that there's a cave.
Yeah, I'll say it's underground usually.
Yep. Yep, here it is. Found it.
You bitch. Ready?
Yep. Are you wanting it?
Nah. I've caught the rope to some of the other ones I can. He died fast.
Yeah.
Oh.
Goodness, that was done.
Okay. Are there any? Oh yeah, there's the sanctuary bosses that we haven't done.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hi, come here, come here.
Oh.
Munchalivity.
Oh. Nice.
Oh, look, look.
Wow, there is an entrance from the. Oh, the side that we didn't check.
It normally mentions it's in a cave.
Yeah, usually, like, if you look at some of the other ones, it's got like a cave symbol
Yeah.
when they're underground. Like the Fengalope underground in a
Shady.
cave. Slim.
Okay, so do you want to go to Sanctuary too?
Yeah, we can go to Sanctuary too.
Okay, let me go to get my gloopies. Because I swapped them out. I'm still holding my egg pals.
Yeah, I need to go get my base pals. Gotta go check my eggs first, and then we'll be off.
I wish I can carry all my gloopies at once. Get trussed up with everybody. And be like, oh, yeah, it's cool, cool. Okay, oh, wait. I needed to change the Spotify thing. Let me do that real quick. Okay, there are 50 songs on this playlist. That is why we keep hearing the same shit. And I have it on repeat. Repeat shuffle, okay? It's repeat shuffle. So, alright, we need to find a new playlist that is bigger. Public playlist, my ass. I wanted, it says a public playlist, 2000 pop punk noise. That's what I was trying to listen to. But now I'm tired of listening to that shit. Not because I don't like it, it's just. I need a big fucking top mix. My top mix is 2010s mix. What's this? How many songs? I don't want just 50 songs. Give me like a playlist that I can listen to and it ends when I die. Like, give me one that lasts like 4,000 years. Nonstop music based on your favorite songs and suggestions. That's what I need. Sure. Here we go. Oh, no. This says 50 songs. Isn't there that setting that makes it continue playing music for like the smart thingy?
I think so somewhere. Maybe, I don't know.
You know what I could do? I could play this playlist. This playlist has 286 songs on it and it lasts 17 hours and 27 minutes. This is a playlist that Jesse, I'm ending the jam and wait, hold on. What song are you listening to right now, babe?
No, not bad. Enter
Okay,
Sandman.
cool. This is called Aiko's Music, and this is a playlist that Jesse made for me.
Aww. You're so sweet, Jessie. Dun, 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 dun.
Do I want yours? No, you made me one. You made me one. I have yours. Jessie asked me what kind of music I liked. I told her. She made me a playlist. Because she's amazing.
Jessie is indeed very amazing. We are lucky to have you here, Jessie.
Pick these guys up real quick. There was a mutated egg in there, and I didn't even see what it was.
Um,
Room or not. Okay. Pray the Lord my soul. Lord my soul. I died before I wake. Pray the Lord my soul to take. Little baby, don't say a word. And never mind I know you heard. It's just a beast under your bed. In your closet, in your head. Exit light. Enter night. Sing. Alright, let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 20. Okay. So this one's 4-starred. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I still need 11 4-starred chillets. And I still need 5 4-star gloopies.
Okay.
So they're still going. Swap these guys out. I am going to keep
What the fuck? Oh.
I'm going to keep Sakura in my list just in case something happens to my flyer while I'm there. I can still get back. What'd you say, babe?
Oh, nothing. Nothing. It's fine.
You guys can hear the playlist, right? Like, I'm not losing it.
Yeah, they should be able to.
I'm going to turn the music up a little bit. I think it's pretty quiet compared to the other playlist. Yeah. What's the ooh? I need to know what the ooh. What's the ooh? Yeah, you hear? Okay, good. Just making sure. Let's go down here. Is he actually cool? Where is he? Yeah. Ooh means you like it. Oh, okay. I thought ooh meant like you just remembered something.
Ooh la 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 la, like that.
Ooh la la, ooh la 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 la, ooh la 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 la. I don't know. That's not what I meant. I am gonna have these pals make a fuck ton of iron just so they feel like they're contributing. Okay, see all that iron, guys? Cook it. Cook 5,000. Okay. So I'm gonna go to the crop base, okay? Where the I'm just gonna call it missionary farm. Okay?
Yeah.
I'll meet you there.
Okay. Let me here's you, my love.
Okay. Well, I'm going to the beach, but you know what I mean.
Master. Mm. Here, chest, schematics. Same with you. Here.
She's not aggressive, is she? Could she kill it though? Do we think she could kill the drones? Babe.
Give me a second.
Fine.
I had to adjust my fucking engrams.
That's okay. I just remembered I wanted to go back to the base so I can put all those effigies in myself real quick. Because I've been picking up some and I haven't touched it in a while.
Oh yeah.
Perhaps? A visitor has arrived at the base. Please tell me that's not. What base? I'll never escape. Increasing my society, increasing my capture power, increasing my food preservation, increasing my flight capacity, increasing my climbing proficiency, increasing a lot my status resistance, it seems. What the fuck was that?
Press R.
Oh, increasing my rainbow fortune and increasing my movement speed.
Yeah, the depressor has a lot of status resistance increase up to 50%, and it is. I don't know how effective,
Mm-hmm.
but it is probably useful.
I'm working on crops. Massive ruins. I'm just taking over this small part.
Coming over now.
Okay.
So going to Wildlife Sanctuary 2?
Yeah. I want to do that boss because it's bothering me. I don't even know what it is.
We still also need to do the other Wildlife Sanctuary, the lava one.
And I need to get the Kassoon.
Estegon. Yes, the Kissoon is in this one,
Yeah.
maybe?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Nice. Let me look at some of these chests over here. Hello, chesticle. Money and spheres. Yay! We're just gonna be running around.
Babe, what? Oh my God, where are you? Why are you up at Wildlife Sanctuary 3?
Oh, this is 3?
Yes! I'm all the way down by the fucking ranch, or not the ranch, the crop farm. I told you, the Minestrone farm.
And so you did, yeah.
You thought you were waiting on me. I was over here waiting on you.
I'm the dumb one today. My brain no work.
3 is the one where we get ancient bones, so we can go to that one next.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Should I just like zoom in really fast? Should I just like go in really fast and try to see if I can?
Avoid the red.
Yeah.
Left.
There's a cutscene right there. Shit, I want it.
It looks like if you get up to like the boss area, there aren't any drones there.
Got it.
Nice.
I saw it and was like immediately like, okay, so there's no drones up by the boss area?
Probably. The drones look like they're focused. Where is the boss area? Oh, is the boss area in a cave? I think it is.
Okay, I'm going up. I think the drones are looking down. So if I stay up, I should be fine.
I think the boss is in a cave. Yeah, the boss is in a cave. The cave entrance is
Down here? Yeah.
I'm at the cave entrance.
Wait, what is it? Oh, cool. I don't have that.
Yeah, you can catch this one.
Hey.
I think I've hatched.
No, I don't want to do that. Hold on. Yes, I do, but hold on.
On the wall.
He's not on the wall. Oh, he is now.
Let me just.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god!
Did you kill him?
I am sorry. I did not realize.
Damn it.
Holy fuck! I didn't realize.
That's why I got him. That's why I got on my mount. So I could attack him with the ring. Oh.
I am sorry.
Okay, we can leave. Unless you need a kitsune.
I do, yeah.
You need me to wait, would you? I'll be up here. I'll see if I can scout one from above. There's one right to the left. Turn around.
Oh, that one. No, I don't need that one. I need the. I mean, I may as well get them.
I said the kitsune. What do you mean? What'd you think I meant?
I think I do need a second one. I got one. Okay, yeah.
I
have
just
one.
needed to turn. I just need one for my quest. Oh, there's another schematic tower over here I didn't see before.
There's a schematic tower in here.
Yeah, it's probably never seen it though. I don't know. It's not in there. I'm out. I left.
Oh.
I got what I needed for there. I mean, I don't know if I need more ancient lava, but yeah, you've seen this one.
That's already open. Okay, yeah.
Single shot rifle schematic. I just like getting them. Alright, we can go to the third one if you want.
I think there's a pal I need at the third one. For a quest.
Hold on, let me turn in the kitsune, then I'll let you know if I need that one too.
I think it's a different person.
The quests that I have are Bastigor and Kitsune.
The Moldron Carnivora.
I've already got the Moldron.
I still need a Bastigor as well. Carnivora is in the other one.
Well, I don't have Carnivora yet, so that's why I'm gonna go turn in this Kitsune and see if... Ah, shit. I need to actually see it. I have it, don't I?
You went to where? Where'd you go?
I went to turn in the fucking quest, but didn't have the kitsune.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done that a couple of times as well. It's surprisingly easy to just not have it.
Rude. The fuck? The fuck? Why am I drift? The frick? It's weird.
Oh, cool. Ancient Helm just uses Sorelight.
Verdash. Give me a minute. I still gotta. I'm gonna get the Verdash. Let me see if
That's okay.
I get.
That's okay.
Is it this guy that you have that quest for?
Um, hang on. Let me see where the. No, the one I have the quest for is in the desert.
Oh, maybe I haven't talked to him then.
Probably not. Yeah.
Where is he?
He's at the town, just out the front of the town,
Okay.
by the campfire. Like go down the stairs from the shrine.
Give me a minute. I'll go check. I'll go talk to him. Well, I gotta get my Verdash, I suppose.
I believe it's the last pal is the one that I'm on. Makes sense if it was.
Do you want to make me a base out there? By the guy?
By the town? Okay, yeah, I can do that. Let me just make sure I have the materials on me. By doing this.
Okay, I'm done with this guy.
Yeah, going up to the wait, the desert one. You want a base next one? Oh, so you can quickly swap out your pals.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I got the materials to make a base, but I have to wait until get far enough away to actually build it.
Where is he? Oh, is he down here? Okay. What you want? Perfect Para, got you.
While you do that, I'm gonna go pee.
Okay, babe.
Love you.
Love you too. Ass to the wall. Thunderlux. I know I have. There it is. I have two of them, it seems. Yeah. Look, arrogant pal critic. You just got stepped on. Menacing. Right, okay. Why are you kissing my headband? My head said.
Leaning over the top.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have your nighttime, mate?
It's okay. It's still nighttime for some reason.
I don't want to go to sleep.
Maybe just don't take the sleepy one.
The sleepy one is my antidepressant. They're all my sleepy ones. That's why they go at night. Carnivora.
Carnivora, yep.
All right. Well, dogs. Time marches on. I gotta find my gloopy. Where's gloopy number 2? Oh, number 1. There it is. Okay. Well, now we can go to the desert. Let's see. Deep sand dunes.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
It's the closest one.
I'm noticing the drones will stay looking at the ground. So,
I put the wrong power away. Yes, if you're above the drones, they are you can avoid them. So the
we need bones.
we need bones.
I
we
need
the
lots of
carnivore.
bones because apparently there's a few things I want to make that need bones.
Yeah, we're gonna need a ton of bones. So we need bones. We need the carnivora.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the boss is, but we probably need that, and there might be some other things there that we need.
Okay.
Who knows? There is no harm in picking up flowers. We probably need decent amounts.
I don't know if there's going to be flowers in this one.
Maybe.
It looks like a different planet with sulfur. It looks nasty.
The only good one's the first one.
The first one's really nice. This one looks nasty. Why did they make the first one look so pretty and this one looks like shit?
The second one was a barren. Okay, they do seem to patrol a bit more.
Is that a
There's
carnivore?
3 here. Ugh. Oh, the Knocklum. Oh, there's a boss version of that. Oh, there's a Carnivora.
I don't even know what a carnivore looks like.
It's small, it's a grass type.
Okay.
It looks like it's got a hat. There's one right here. I caught one.
Okay. Well, that doesn't help me. You caught one just now, or there's
Yeah,
another
I caught one. There's another one just here.
But
Watch out for the drone.
fly away!
It's chasing you. It's chasing you.
How's that thing?
Okay, I got some bones.
Oh, is that what I'm standing on? Get in here.
The Knocklum's fighting the Carnivora? Something. It's fighting something.
Oh my god, did you kill it? Oh, it was my saline. My bad.
Celine did. Oh.
I don't know, she was still out. Damn it.
Fangalope. Looks like if we come around over here, the drones don't
But I
patrol
found
over
the
here.
chest. I found a Billiner slab fragment.
A what?
A slab fragment.
Oh, okay.
I will do the care package in a minute. We are not exactly the crab package. We're not do the let's do the care package, but now is not the time. Shut up! Why are you laughing at me?
Join you in the crab package.
Fuck you. I'm trying to fucking do this shit and I'm like caught up. Now is not a good time. Remind me when I leave, okay? Which is when you should have done it when I'm not in a high. Do you think I'm gonna fucking. Oh my god, boy. Terrible timing. Your timing is shit.
Okay, there's one just here. There's no drone around.
Take the shit. No, no, no. Don't run away. Don't run away. You're getting holy bursted, bitch. Damn it. It missed.
Run, bitch, run. And it's coming back this way slowly, but the drone is. I have 154 ancient bones. I think I'm good.
Well, isn't that good for you? I can't even catch a fucking thing. Because I'm being over
Yeah,
here
drones
crab
moved away.
packaged over here.
Yeah, drones moved away.
That's what I wanted.
Go meows. Well, that's the ball.
You do not think I'm doing the fucking meows on here? That's what I need to get attention of the drone. Now, where are the fucking bones?
Um, head towards the boss for now. There's a drone chasing you.
Oh,
No.
shit!
Fuck it, alerted the other drone. Run, bitch, run! I took the aggro of one of them. Go kill my Frostallion! Yeah.
Alright, give me a minute. Let me sit on the edge of this fucking thing, do my care package, because I'm a bit distracted.
They're still
This
chasing
is
us.
like the worst freaking care package.
Gotta fly away a bit more, my love.
Oh, shit.
Okay, it's gone back now.
That shows how relaxing you both help me feel. I'm so glad. I'm so fucking glad you can relax. Lucy, fucking
We
punch
can't.
him in the tits.
Okay. Get up. And then...
Shut the fuck up! This motherfucker has just assumed the crab pose and is now crab walking in the room. Ah!
Crap.
I swear to God, he's something else. He's crab walking. So stupid. I love him so much. What the fuck is wrong with him?
That's what happens when you redeem the crab package.
Shut up. I need a new drink, babe.
You need a new water?
No.
Monster?
Yes.
Well... Two things. One, I now have an idea for a new redeem.
No. Not for me.
Dude, you wanna come with? That's a no.
It's cold outside, babe.
What time is it? Alexa, what time is it? 4:29. 4:20! Do you want coffee cafe?
Are you wanting McDonald's?
No. I'm asking if you want a coffee cafe.
Are you wanting McDonald's rather than going to the gas station to get Monsters?
I mean... One option's cheaper, and the other option's Mac.
I am down for whatever. If you'd rather do coffee frappe, well, I need a source of energy, okay? If it's coffee, coffee. If it's energy drink, it's energy drink. I just need
Are
one.
you hungry at all?
I'm not starving.
Not starving, but a little hungry. We aim to do the breakfast menu for Macca's, unfortunately. Well, they do have an all-day menu. You can get a nuggets, cheeseburger, McChicken.
Can I get a quarter pounder?
Don't think so. No, unfortunately.
Can I get pancakes?
You can get hotcakes, yes.
I get pancakes. So before I started stream again, guys, earlier, I swapped to my new model just so I can play around with her face because, like, it's like I haven't used her in so long, I forgot what she looked like for a little bit. And I'm just so excited to use her. And then I swapped back to this one and I was like, oh, great.
Good news is that they do have a bagel option. It's a bacon and egg bagel though. It's a Benny style bagel.
I don't want that trash.
No.
Inside Celine.
Okay, syrup you want paired with a.
Hiding you, don't worry. You're safe.
So do you want a chai? Do you want a coffee frappe?
Coffee frappe. I haven't really wanted any hot drinks.
Now I just need to find where it is.
Just begun. Now they've got it all the way. Mama. I can. I was yawning while trying to sing.
Large coffee frappe.
Back again this time tomorrow. Carry on, carry on. As if nothing really matters.
What do I get?
You also want pancakes.
Do I?
I don't know. Maybe you want the bagel. Maybe that's why you mentioned it.
I was more mentioning it because, like, that's the first time I've seen a bagel option on the menu. Maybe they're gonna bring the steak bagel.
Oh my god, that'd be so amazing. I doubt it though.
I doubt it too.
Australia doesn't know breakfast.
America does breakfast really well. Australia is more of a English style breakfast culture, and it's not bad, but it's not great. It could be better. I get. Yeah. Oh, I figured I can slow the camera down. I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening. Galileo, Galileo. Oops. Galileo Figaro. It's
Go.
totally not because I
Just a
don't want to
poor
go
boy,
outside.
nobody loves me. He's just a poor boy from a poor family. Spare him his life for this monstrosity. Easy come, easy go. Will you let me go? Bismillah. No, we will not let you go. Let him go. Bismillah. We will not let you go.
Where are you?
Let him go.
Oh,
Bismillah. We
you
will
can
not
photo
let you go.
mode.
Let me go. Will not let you go. Let me go. Will not let me go. No, 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 no. Oh, mamma mia, mamma mia, mamma mia. Let me go. Be. Sorry, I can't do.
Oh, you were great.
I was putting on a performance. Alright, up, and we're gonna go do the boss.
Boss and then ancient bones for you.
Yeah.
The bones look like just rib cages on the ground.
Oh. I haven't
You
seen
can
them.
find them. There might be some in here with the boss. Oh, the boss is Frustelian knocked.
Oh, pretty. Don't mind me. Oh shit! Has way more health than I thought. Where'd it go?
Wow. I feel like that color of wing works way better for a Frustelian knocked
Yeah.
than it does for Jet Dragon.
Agreed.
actually didn't do too much. Dang. So this is
I'm giving it a shot. Probably won't work. 12%.
April.
Oh,
You got it.
damn. Legend
Um,
and Lord of the Underworld.
Fuck yeah.
That's awesome. It is super pretty, isn't it?
It is beautiful.
Not to find bones. James Tristan has cleared the entire island of bones. Is that breathing? Gross.
ありがとう。
ありがとうございます。
Menacing Terror? No.
Jessie.
Apparently Shadow Beat can also be found on this island.
I love you, Jessie.
Jessie is love. Jessie is life.
I'm not seeing bones.
There's some just below me here. Where are you? Yeah, just directly below me.
Oh, I see.
The drone on them.
Hide, Celine! No, Celine! Hide! What? That's some
Okay.
bullshit. I fucking hate that.
I can see you regardless of like direct line of sight. It's just that is bullshit.
They should not be able to see me if I'm hiding behind a cliff. I think that that's some bullshit.
Mm-hmm. It really is just bullshit. At least it's still hanging out those bones. Let me see if I can find some other bones.
He's leaving.
I'll split my bones with you.
I found one. Over here. Unless, of course, he destroyed them. I got 77.
Nice.
Is there any
They are
more?
very heavy.
Is there any more?
Probably.
Oh my god. Oh, never mind. I'm just losing my mind. Don't mind me. For some reason, I wasn't like properly flying, and so I thought that the bones were weighing me down. But they weren't. I was fine.
Yeah, some more in the middle, but
Shoes. Found some.
nice. Lucy's got food.
Good,
Dun,
good,
dun,
good.
dun, dun, dun.
There is a mushroom lady that I want. Not here. I don't know where, to be honest. But I just thought about it. There's a couple pals I know I haven't seen. They might be at the end, actually. The World Tree.
Oh, okay, yeah. Probably. Probably a lot
You got rice
earlier.
and chicken? Nice.
Wait,
We're
what?
getting McDonald's and get pancakes. They're not as good as the pancake parlor, but they're alright. They'll scratch an itch I've had for about a week now. Again, not pancake parlor good. Ugh, I know what I want for my birthday.
I will take note of what you want for your birthday. We can have as many pancakes as you want at the pancake parlor.
I can have more than 3?
Mm-hmm. We can even have 4.
Get. Here, take these. You can eat these fries from last night that we have McDonald's too much.
Whole day old fries.
Alright, let's see what I wanted to craft that needed bones.
Okay, talk this person with the carnivora out.
Oh shit, I forgot to do that.
Now they want a checkmate. Okay, I can do that.
Actually, I'm glad you did that because then I'll be able to put both in my party.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a segment. Here. Well, you know what? I thought I caught a carnivora or whatever the fuck it's called. I don't even know where it lives.
Checkmate is the last one.
Where is it in my box?
Carnivora is, if you search by a number, where's she gonna be hiding? I feel like midway through someone, maybe. Oh, with the Wumpos. Between Wumpo and Checkmate, basically. Just that region. There's a few between them, but...
Found Wumpo. Found Gloopy.
Is she in a party?
No.
Hmm.
I specifically have a Zoe and Grisbolt. I just realized.
I need to catch. Not catch. I need to go talk to Zoe with Grisbolt out.
What the fuck?
Grisbolt, you had fun fucking over
I
here?
did catch one, yes.
Yeah, I watched you catch it. Do
My
you have any
thing is in
filter on
order.
this search bar?
Maybe I should. What type is it?
He, I don't know, grass. Pure grass.
Oh, there it is. Oh my god. I was looking for the fucking hat.
Let me take you, Mr. Grisbolt.
Hello. Now you want. Okay, done.
Really, you fucking dickhead?
What? Do you need the space still, babe?
No. A Bushi ran into my base, killed my Bellinor Libero, and then just ran off.
What the fuck?
Like, what the fuck? I hunted him down, but like, damn. Way to hell. Bum, 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 bum,
Concerns. Why does it say it can be ridden?
What can be?
I will unlock the Grisbolt saddle.
Oh.
What do you mean it felt targeted? What felt targeted? What did I say?
No, the Bushi
Oh, yeah.
literally just said fuck you to me. That's it.
Walked in, killed, and walked out.
We'll get a driver eventually.
Yeah, I'm sure. 4 in the morning, I'm sure. There are plenty of people up wanting to deliver us pancakes. Oh my god.
Hmm?
Hold on. Where are you at?
In my
Your workshop? Okay, I'll be there a
yeah.
second. Okay. Look.
Oh, Zoe rides him too.
Yeah.
Oh, that is cute.
It's the specifically Zoe and Grisbolt.
Oh, do you get that from completing a quest?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I'm gonna go and do it.
What is yellow tank? Oh, that's right trigger. That's nothing. Oh my god, I got a laser. My bad. Oh. Oh.
Why do I have a legendary Meow Meow equipped?
Bougie woke up just on you. I need to kill something. I need to murder. Bird. Oh, I'm out.
I'm going fire my laser. Are you killing everyone in my base? Please don't. I'm allergic to death.
I'm not killing anybody. I'm shooting a laser. Left bumper. Oh, that's nice to know. Did I kill it? Nope. Okay, well, no, Zoe and Grisbolt died.
No.
Go Gloopy, I believe in you.
I wonder if you can get all the bosses on your team.
I don't know, probably not. I think Zoe's specific.
Canonically, Tsundere and wants to be on your team, but
Yeah.
doesn't get it. Thunder's fucked.
Anyways, let's see. I wanted to go back to my workshop. Like Lily. Yeah. No. Can you imagine? Everybody be looking at her feet.
Everybody, as in Lucy.
So I know that there's some of these. I don't know what it was. Wasn't that? Ah, shit. What? Just Google it. No big whoop.
Yeah,
Dungan Emblem, Suffocus Emblem, Wandering Merchant Charm, Airwalker MK3. Yeah, those are the two things I wanted.
the
Wandering Merchant Charm and the Airwalker MK3 or Airwalker X. Yeah, either one. Do I have the Airwalker X? Oh fuck, let's go right around. Okay, so let's start with
what were you wanting those for?
first. I'm making. Okay, well let's see. The first one is gonna be. What's it called again?
The Wandering Merchant.
Wandering Merchant. That is for heat resistance, cold resistance, and max carry capacity.
Yeah. The Vanguard Charm, I think, also does that. And it gives health up. But carry capacity is nice too.
Swap out the Ender shirt. That. Okay. And then I wanted the boots. These boots.
Airwalker X.
Yeah, but I might need to
Oh,
get coral.
needs nice star sand.
Oh, that's fine. I guess I can just at nighttime make sure go desert. I've
Mhm.
got 23 out of 60.
I've got one.
That's even more unhelpful. But yeah, I want those boots. Jump boost 2 plus aerial plus zoom in. Aerial dash, that's the word I was looking for. I can wondering if it's me you're seeing, and when I kiss your eyes, and thank God we're together. I just wanna be stay with you in this moment forever, forever and ever.
I don't wanna close my eyes. I don't wanna fall asleep because I'll miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing. Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream I'll never do, I'll still miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing. Like that.
Hello, hello. Gonna lurk and make lunch. How goes Power? Fabulous. Having a great time and absolutely go make lunch. We're ordering pancakes.
You're ordering pancakes.
I'm
ordering.
ordering. Look, okay, look. That's the only important thing. I'm ordering pancakes. Okay, it's gonna be delicious. We're ordering pancakes for me. I don't know what he's getting.
And the brekkie wrap.
Australian nasty breakfast. Okay, I'm getting pancakes. It's the best option they got.
We're mostly getting it just for the coffee frappe.
Oh my god, what the fuck has happened to my danger noodle? What are you doing under the eggs? Yuzu, this is not a place to wait and cook.
Yeah, how is everyone doing?
Whale stuff, enjoy the alert. Yes. Having a good time. We're just kind of vibing for the most part. Giving life lessons. Teaching people about internet safety.
Existing in the heart penis.
I say internet safety as if I didn't download a program the other day that my computer was yelling at me, don't do this! Don't do this. It gives people administrator privileges. This is bad. And I was like, yeah, download that shit.
Straight to my veins.
Fine. I did uninstall it because I didn't need it.
Why is this pinking locks aggroed?
The what?
There's pinking locks in this base that it just decided to be aggroed.
Where are you?
I'm in the water.
I can see that. You're outside of even where I'm located. Oh, I forgot the whole reason I pulled the fucking Ophidia into my pocket, Sakura into my pocket, is so that I could go get rid of those icky spots in the ocean. And then I got distracted. What?
I just got a legendary semi-auto shotgun schematic.
Nice.
Unfortunately, not what I'm wanting. This base apparently gives a chance for the legendary fishing rod schematic.
I see.
That's why I'm here. There's a few of these bases around that can supposedly give them. It's just, RNG.
It'd be super fun.
Look, it's a sleeping guy. Hey, look, it's a guy formerly known as Sleeping Guy. He's now Awake Guy. Neptilius, have fun.
Did it change his name? I would love that.
Hmm?
Did it change his name from Sleeping Guy to Awake Guy?
No, his name wasn't Sleeping Guy. It was Pell Genetic Research Unit Executioner. He was just sleeping.
I see.
But I would have loved that too. If only.
Okay, I'm gonna move Braun Cherry from my group because like I don't really care if the pals are alphas right now. They're just okay. The reason I went here is so that I could words. So I could use words, obviously.
Whee!
Whee!
Neptilius on Neptilius action right here, my love.
Are you fighting an Neptilius?
Yeah, I'm gonna be. Attack Neptilius, you can do it. Oh, it's dead. Yeah, it's gonna die so quick.
I didn't bring my fishing
No,
stuff.
it didn't die because it doesn't have buffs to thunder damage. Come here. Ah, ah.
Okay, one icky spot, water spot done. I've got, I guess, 1.5 more to go.
Nice. No schematic.
Even for oh, fishing rod.
We are doing wonderfully, Lucy. No. Mhm. I love my wife. She is a dream come true. Hmm? Huh?
I'm sorry, cats in the ocean. I'm sorry, that sounded horrible. That's not what I meant.
What do you got in the ocean?
my meow mirror, right?
Oh.
So I was aiming. I realized, cause like if I hit right trigger, it does my wind burst, right? But I'm like, well, how am I supposed to use my sword?
Mm-hmm.
So I realized if I aim and then hit trigger, then I can throw. I can use my sword.
I see.
Unfortunately, the phrase "I'm throwing cats in the ocean" isn't exactly the best.
Well, I've watched a documentary about this, my love. If you hurt cats on the internet, they are gonna get found.
I know.
No, I won't beg him.
What do you mean, like that one Hulk Hogan clip?
I think he throws a cat off a boat.
Is the cat okay?
I don't know. Hulk Hogan's a piece of shit.
I mean, I feel like I think he's racist, but he's like older, that's why.
He's racist, he's homophobic, he's
Yeah, he's an
sexist.
old white male, yes.
He's an old white male, yeah.
Old white male, you generally assume those things. That's why whenever I was talking about getting a new therapist and stuff, I didn't want an old white man. No, not old white man, sorry. Old men in general. Old men in general are potentially icky. What am I doing? What is my therapy session supposed to be, babe?
The 20 something? I think both of ours are like the late 20s. 27th, I think?
Yeah, I just got reminded of my therapy session. Like, oh yeah, I was supposed to do that. You had a music teacher who liked him? Like a crush on him liked him, or just liked him as a actor slash wrestler?
It was good before he had opinions that he vocalized as a wrestler.
No, I don't know what you mean. No, no, what? You're gonna need to be more specific. Time moves like so fast.
And yet, my mind is a snail. Acting as a wrestler. Okay.
I see. He was trying to figure out how to spell wrestler.
Realist.
Real slur.
I think Lucy did say that he was feeling a bit tired.
Real slur. I
Real estate
found
agent?
a camp.
It's a snock.
That fuckers.
Wow, you missed everything.
I found a duck. Sorry, a fluck.
Quack. Okay. All of these guys are dead. Time for me to try and find this dungeon again. Yeah, I had absolutely no luck with Tomcat. Tombat. Tom Septiceye. I know it's Jacksepticeye, but it's Tom now.
Septiceye?
Yeah.
Is that famous YouTuber?
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, so this Sky Island. This dungeon is back up. Good. I will go. I will go Gisgungan. Mm. Wee.
I love to see the flag blowing in the wind. Writing can be bad, so sometimes I give people headaches somehow, mainly. One person, they're interesting, and it can help me improve my texting. I know it's fine.
To be fair, we have a decent amount of people with dyslexia in the community, so like reading misspelt things is
Kind of necessary
yeah,
to be able to
that's
communicate.
fine
Yeah, no problem.
generally.
I used to be really bad about it. You guys would have fucking hated me before. I used to be a spelling Nazi.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. I had to stop caring about it when I started dating somebody who couldn't spell for shit.
Yeah, there's other things to worry about as well.
That's what I mean. Like every person is like you learn something for every person. Even if like even if like I don't think that the relationship was that great, I feel like I have grown as a person. You know, like I'm not a spelling Nazi anymore. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's just all you can do with relationships, whether it's platonic, romantic, doesn't matter. All you can do is just try and grow it, grow yourself. Stagnation is where you become a grumpy old fart.
You don't learn anything from it, and then you turn into Hulk Hogan.
Yeah. Here's the end. End of the line. How long is
He never lied to me though, you know. Well, I mean, I don't know. He he was very I don't know if he lied to me about the relationship that he had with his friends, but I will say that he never lied to me about like he did tell me he was an ass. He did tell me that
About all his flaws.
he didn't like the question. Like, he didn't like talking about our relationship. Specifically, like, talk about our relationships. Like, don't ask questions about our relationships because you won't like the answer to them. I'm
He
like, why is
made
he
a
with me? Like, so many times. There were so many questions I had that I was like, oh, I can't ask this because I won't like the answer. And
he
it's like,
made
I
it.
knew that. I knew that I wouldn't like the answer, so I just didn't ask.
Yeah.
That's not what you should do.
He made it a point to basically just say, "Yeah,
I don't like.
I'm going to choose my friends over you." You didn't even
I didn't
ask, but
ask. He did
yeah.
specifically tell me that I shouldn't ask. I should never make him choose between me and his friends because I'll lose. That's what he told me. I never asked. I was like, okay, well, glad for that, I guess.
Someone woke up and chose violence that day. Oh, I gotta
I
drive him
think it was
home.
me, basically. Like, I was still getting on to him about, like, I don't like the way he talked to his friends. Because it's like, I feel like if you're in a relationship, you shouldn't be talking to your friends about their vaginas.
Mm. Unless it's, medical stuff and you are a doctor or something. But he's not a doctor.
I mean, it was kind of medical related. She was talking about her doctor. That's how she found out. But then, like, why would you tell somebody that? She also told him about how one time she sat on a pine cone in it. I don't know how. I don't know how. I don't know if she was outside naked or something, but apparently she sat on a pine cone and it went up her ass.
I feel like that
And she
has to be
had to
achieved with intent.
and she had to like fish it out of her asshole. And I'm like,
What the
yeah,
fuck?
this is the kind of conversations I'd hear. This is why I was never comfortable with those kind of conversations between them.
That is just like,
And apparently I'm the one that's weird because I was uncomfortable with it. I should have I should have realized that they're just friends. I don't know. I don't know.
I genuinely think even if you were naked and the pine cone was pointing straight up and you sat right on the hole, it still wouldn't go in. You have to
Yeah. That's
intend.
but you can see how like that kind of conversation it's like this is not something I want my partner talking about.
No.
Even if you're best friend, like okay, maybe best friends. I mean, I don't know. The thing is, I don't know.
Hi, Jesse.
It doesn't feel real. It feels like a lie. I don't know.
And that was just the average day with
Yeah. And that was just
with
normal conversation, and I didn't like it.
imagine having someone that respects you.
So, yeah. Much as I must say, as someone who's open with my guy best friend, he told me he has a girlfriend, I would stop most conversations that we have. Oh, if he told you, yeah. Or at the very least, it shouldn't even be your responsibility to do that. The guy should be like, hey, look, I'm not comfortable talking with you about this. I got a girlfriend or whatever. No, he just, I don't know. Because I can understand if you're like in a relationship or something. If you're not in a relationship, I can understand how relationships change dynamics, right?
Yeah.
Like what was once, oh, don't tell anybody. I'm not going to tell anybody in the whole wide world now becomes, okay, I won't tell anybody in the whole wide world except for my partner. I could see how that, but like, and that would need to be said because like it wasn't, it, some things aren't necessarily implied. Maybe it should be implied that you don't talk about your asshole. or your vagina when
Or talk about fucking each other regularly.
like, oh, it's just a joke. That's just how we play around. Like, I don't think that I don't think that the phrase, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna say that because it even just like I'm gonna mute myself so I can tell Tristan.
I'll mute myself too.
Okay. Anyways, okay, unmuted now. That's how bad it was. And he'd say that to me.
I don't know if
He'd
that
say
actually
that to
uses
me,
on
and
his
he
voice,
said that to his
but
friends. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't
I
care if
might
they
be.
heard. I just like it was a weird thing for me to say.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it very much is just like
Did you guys hear what I said? I'm just curious.
very much it's like
You didn't hear it? Okay.
okay, cool. Um,
I just think that that particular sentence is not super appropriate for Twitch, maybe.
YouTube definitely.
Definitely not appropriate for YouTube.
It's basically yeah, it's when you were talking about like him after you had broken up and stuff. Like you kept trying to defend him like, oh, he's not that bad of a person. But then when you thought about it in more detail, it's like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
But like, I think as a person, he's not too bad. But as a relationship partner,
Well, another thing too is he'd say things like, "Oh, it doesn't mean anything because he's a guy," right? Or if it like when he said stuff to his guy friends, he
yeah,
said that same thing, by the way, that I just said to you, to his guy friends, right?
yeah,
And he'd be like, "Oh, it doesn't mean anything because he's a guy," only to tell me that, "Oh yeah, no, you knew that I was bi for femboys." I was like, No, no, no,
no, you specifically said you weren't.
doesn't matter. Ultimately, doesn't fucking matter. But like,
That entire relationship was just basically gaslighting.
oh my lord, babe,
Hmm?
I need to show you something. Come here.
Give me a second. Where are you? Where are you?
No, come here in real life.
Oh,
Look at that. You see that? No, that's fine. I'm not worried about that. Look how far I've climbed up. Hold on. And then look at my stamina bar. Yeah, right? I think that climbing stuff has been really good. The climbing perks have been pretty damn good. That's what I wanted to point out. The Ophidia's mine. I can't put it back in my ball because I've been climbing the whole time. I might cover the world. Let's see if there's anything over there. Sometimes you just reflect. You gotta reflect on things sometimes. And then you realize, damn. Just like, what the fuck? Babe, do we have a driver?
yeah, they have a driver. They're out there. Oh, they picked up the order. Literally
Sweet.
just picked up the order.
Sweet. There's literally nothing here. What is this even for? What is this even for? I don't understand. Can I build here? I don't even know. I don't even have an inventory.
Yeah, it's just like reflecting in a healthy way is good, but if you remain well, there's healthy ways and unhealthy ways to reflect on situations, and
I've had unhealthy ways. For example, there was a long period of time actually that I sat and thought about the ex that I wound up in jail for.
oh yeah,
And I think about I have in the past sat and thought of him fondly
oh,
because I guess it's just a different time. I was stupid back then, you know, so it felt simpler to me. It was a simpler time
mm-hmm.
and it was chaotic and it was like it was a mess. But it was like, I don't know. I think it's simple stupidity. Life felt simpler back then. Everything felt complicated. Feels complicated now. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah,
Not now, not right now. I meant like whenever I was reflecting on it. I'm like happier now than I've ever been. I don't reflect on him fondly anymore. But the thing I liked about him that I never really got from anybody else after that, until now, is somebody actually fucking liking me. It felt like he loved me. At least at the time it did.
yeah.
Cat! There's a couple songs I associate with him too, so if I hear it, I'll think about it. I heard one the other day, actually.
A big problem is that like a big way to obsess, obsession is where it becomes unhealthy. If you like obsessing over and be like, oh, I miss those days, and
No. No, no.
no, yeah, that is where it would become unhealthy. But healthy reflection, good.
Yeah, no, there was a time where I was like, I miss those days, but I don't know. I think it was just because it felt fun to do something illegal.
Living life on the edge.
I hung out with his mom afterwards and we used to rob Walmarts. I didn't say I was always a good person, and I didn't say I'm necessarily a good person now, but
Aiko has had a life.
I've had a life.
To be fair, DVD will make that happen.
You don't exactly have the best decision-making skills when you got a condition like BPD.
Mm.
When you're manic. I'll be right
Yeah.
here.
Thanks, babe. I told Tristan that I worry that I'll get to the point where I'm craving something like that and I'll like just steal a drink or something just for the thrill. And he told me that he said if I ever do that, he'll just like follow behind me and just like go pay for it behind my back. So that I can get the thrill of stealing something without actually stealing something. It's dumb. It's childish. It's childish. But the thing is it's BPD. So sometimes I'm childish because of fucking BPD. This is why I say it's incredibly important to have open communication with your partner. Because, like, that kind of shit can really throw somebody off if they're not expecting it. And it would not be wrong of them to be upset at you for that if you're not being honest. Why do I feel like I'm just the worst enemy, dude? Just I can't even kill anything. I'm just fighting everything, bruh. And throwing cats at them. Is this the most effective fighting method? No, but I'm not killing anything anyways, so kill everything for me, God. Oh, Lord. Holy shit. Oh my God, that's a good Hank. $99, $98, $99, $83. Yeah, that's gonna be my good Hank. Get in my pocket. Sweet, I got him. You'd think I'd take off my ring or something, yeah? No, I'm not a ring. It's not rings now. It's glasses now. Fuck. Where is Bushi? Oh, he was in my pocket. I was just doing this all by myself. Probably a good thing. I never would have got Hank. There we go. Yeah. Are there more chests around here? Oh, there's one right there. I'm enjoying this, like, just exploration. Hold on, what was that? No, I want that. No, that's carrot seeds. No, I want these. Get rid of these. There we go. Get out of here. You gotta go back all the way around. All right. But yeah, it's really the only way out. Just go all the way back through. That's wild. Sometimes you guys might not know all about me because you don't necessarily know the questions to ask. You might not know that there's even that question to ask, yeah? Is that a better Hank? No, that's a shit Hank. I don't want that one.
That's not the brightest of drivers.
What do you mean? Did he get lost?
Yeah. First he went through the parking lot, and then he went through the back of the garage, and then reverse, and then
Try to go
I
up
go
the
up the
other
other
area.
area,
The other
the other
side.
side.
I found a Mimog in
Not
the
mean about
I
that.
found a Mimog in the ocean. If I lose it, then I'm gonna be so confused. Yay! Lynchwing. Oh, shit.
What are you talking about? What's going on?
No, I was just telling them it's important to maintain open communication with your partner.
Yes, that is very, very important.
Can you wash my straw? I don't know where the other ones are. Pancakes!
Pancakes. Oh, do you want me to get you a fork and knife or anything?
No, I'm just gonna pick them up.
I thought I'd ask, but I think I'm using it. Oh, it came on one. There you go.
No, it came with pancakes, which is perfect for my hands. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Pancake. What's the difference between a pancake and a hot cake? Is there a difference? I love that this isn't like maple syrup. It specifically says corn syrup, sugar, water, artificial maple flavor. Mmm. Yummy. Magician? Oh my god. He turned one dirty straw into 6 clean ones. 7 clean ones.
I'm magic. Oh, also,
Thank you, my love.
you're welcome, my princess. Mm. Mm.
Yeah, it's
Mhm,
breakfast time for us.
mhm, mhm, mhm,
I
mhm.
am loved.
Mhm. You are oh so very loved.
He likes me. You having fun? Yeah.
You're alright.
Wow.
You're alright.
To be fair, I did ask ChatGPT how Australians say they love you. So how do you say I love you in Australian? And she said, you're alright. Like, I love that.
Mhm. Mhm. Pet employees are struggling with talk?
Hmm?
Oh, have I run out of food over here? I'm impressed if I have, but not. I'm surprised that I haven't made food in a while. Yeah, I have run out of food over here.
What are you having for dinner, Lucy?
Mhm. The raisin chicken.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You did say that. Yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry. Alright, see if we can round off that corner over there. I'm just like opening up map things because making it look less weird. Cause it's all wonky and weird, lumpy parts. Ah,
You okay?
yep. Don't worry about me.
Brain freeze?
Look, I have rum.
These two.
The fuck is this song?
What is this
I don't
song?
know. Jessie added something to the playlist, and she was like, "Yeah, this is great."
Man, I don't hate this song.
I don't know what it is.
I've just never heard of it before. Mhm. Mm.
I know where I'm going next. Well, after I take care of these treasure thingies. So I've got treasure thingies now. Oh my god, she's so much slower on land. Like, way slower on land.
Mm-mm. Listen to evening and everything. Yeah, well, you look at. Oh, okay, I see. Everything and anything. Now this one I know.
Think I need a real one. Could be a girlfriend. Hey, I know that you like me. No, no, that was not a secret. This is a song Kaylee used to sing when she was a baby. What did I just catch? Oh,
Oh, it's Surf and Terror. Nice.
God.
Your playlist is over 2,500 songs. Dang.
Oh yeah. No, you don't have to say. Unfortunately, you listen to everything. You're fine. You're golden. Trust me. I don't care about that. Don't care about that. I want that, and I want this. Okay, I think I can spare on that. I should probably go put this
And
stuff away.
growing. We love a growing playlist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's good. I got 2 purple kinship peaches
Dang.
while I was out.
Nice.
I'm still going on my little adventures. So get over here and tell me what I want to hear. Better yet, make your girlfriend disappear. Haley used to sing this song. So man. We had to get on to her and tell her that she's not allowed to say the motherfucking princess part. She just say the Mary princess. I'm sorry, I gotta find something. I'm looking for something real quick. Way, why'd I have so many notifications on Facebook? What the fuck?
I feel like you don't even listen to like the majority of the songs once you hit like over 5,000 in a playlist. At that point, you've just added songs to a playlist that you don't even know. Can't even remember. I don't know. That is insane, though, Lucy.
My mom said we're watching your channel, can barely hear you, but hear Tristan fine. Also, you have an echo. Thanks. Thanks for the quality check.
I can turn you up. That's okay.
This was a bit ago. That's not what I was looking for anyways. I was trying to find a
That's
message in an old group chat. Search.
You could do a challenge with that playlist, Lucy, and just like put it on one day, set it to random. I mean, you already said you had it on random, and then see how long it takes for a song to repeat.
Oh, found it.
Found it? What have thine found it?
I'll pull it up in a second. I have to make sure it doesn't say anything on it.
Oh.
Okay, I had to pause Spotify really quick. Or I guess I could just mute it through this. Okay, hold on. Okay. Okay, you guys ready for this shit? Let me mute Spotify for a moment. Okay. Well, I muted it through Discord. Or whatever. Okay. You see this? This is Kaylee when she was 3 years old.
I see.
I_M_SimSword said you look cute 6 reserve.
So precious. Anyways,
Sims is asking who is Kaylee.
she's my sister. The fuck? The next video says the following content may contain content. Stop! No, this is not the kind of content we need on this channel. No bada bing bada boom. Oh my god, go away. Okay, yeah, Kaylee's my sister. She is actually, how old is she now? 21? She's 21 now.
Time
She was
flies.
3 in that video. She just got a boob job. I say she had a breast reduction.
It technically is a boob job, just not the
Yeah, my
not
baby
the
sister.
boob job people think.
Yeah, it's my baby sister.
Yeah.
I love her so much.
She is wonderful.
Gonna her being able to afford that? A breast reduction? She didn't. Well, regardless of when that she was able to afford it. I don't know how they did the whole medical thing, but she's got because my dad's military. She's got or ex-military, whatever. She still has military health care because she's not married and she's under 25. And she qualified for it because of health reasons. Like they were massive. Like she definitely got that from my stepdad's side of the family for sure. Because that gene was not in mine and my other sister's bloodline. Like I used to think my just under younger sister and me, I used to think her boobs were huge, right? Because compared to me, they were. But damn, Kaylee had some big boobs.
You know they're big when it's to the point that it's a medically deemed a medically essential procedure to reduce them
Hmm.
so you can function.
Yeah, and they were painful.
There's also the possibility it was, I mean, the certainty it was influenced by hormones in American food.
Yeah. Well, that was added to it. Basically, I remember I had moved out. So I'd moved out. I was out of high school. And well, obviously I had to have been out of high school. This is when Kaylee started puberty. And my mom was like calling me and she was like, I don't understand why her boobs are getting so big. She's so young, you know. Oh, it's just hormones. She kept like, we need to go to hormone free. That's when she started. We need to go to hormone free chicken because it's hormones and everything, and it's making her boobs grow too
Hmm.
big. And she's only like, I don't know, 9 or whatever, however what she was. She started growing boobs.
Yeah, Nat started developing earlier than basically all the other girls
Hmm.
in a year level,
Yeah.
and she was also like a year younger than everyone.
Mm.
And she got bullied for it.
Rude. That's a crazy thing to say about someone out of context. What do you mean? What did I say? What did I say? Shit, I don't even know what I said. No, you said what your mom said. Oh, the hormones in the chicken.
I don't understand what's happening. Her boobs are just so
Oh,
big or
yeah.
something like that.
Well, literally, because that's okay. So there's one female in my stepdad's side of the family, and she had pretty big boobs, but like like they're mostly males. Okay, so from my mom's perspective, me and Brooke didn't worry about that. Me and my other sister didn't worry about it. You know, that wasn't really a big concern. So like, we're just like, where is it coming from?
Hmm.
Like, it's weird when it's your daughter, I think. Babe, look at this.
Hmm?
Oh, map it.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's good to know that there is an actual map edge.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I was always wondering if it was just gonna keep extending, and I was like, am I gonna run into it or something?
Oh yeah, I just got a little bit over there as well.
Ooh. No, south is good. South's good. South's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I would like to. People don't know, and they will cut tickets to see his show. Do you guys want to see a video I made when I was 18?
Now that could be taken out of context.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. It's I made a music video. What was I didn't sing it or nothing. I just like it was just I, I made a music video using The Sims. Hold on. That sounds terrible. Woo! Woo! It's red. It gets red when you get next to it, so that's terrifying. Okay. Scary, scary. Okay. All right. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find it. That
I prefer your first spell in Sims, the Norse hell.
Okay, is that it?
I preferred your first spelling of hell, the Norse hell, the Nordic hell.
I'm trying to find it.
Okay, let's
Okay,
make some more ammo.
I found it. Let me pause this song. Pause Spotify.
Pardon me. The demons escaped.
Okay, you guys ready?
Sims.
Quality. Oh, here we go. We can go up to 480. Come on. Way more
Let's
close.
go. That's quality.
Anyway, that was my video that I made when I was 18.
I am proud of you. You are a global inspiration, my love.
Oh, thanks. 10 out of 10. I'll put the music back on.
We can get together.
Not 10, sweet. See, I bet you guys didn't think I'd ever played The Sims before. I played The Sims 1, 2, and 3. Just nothing beyond that.
I played a couple of Sims games. Can't remember which ones, but I have played Sims before. I don't know how, but that food made me tired again. But I don't want to eat it. I want a game. Extra wise. Chat. We can get together.
I'm making this worse. Shack, baby. Love Shack. That's where it's at. What did the Sims game you play look like? Was it realistic or cartoony, Tristan?
All of them are cartoony. One was Sims 2 Pets. I remember that. Was not expecting to get this one on the hook first. Might have been Sims 3. I played most of.
I also played a PlayStation version of The Sims. I can't tell you what it was. I don't know. I think it was PlayStation.
Yeah, the realistic ones? Okay.
Shack is a little place where we can get together. You played Sims 3 and 4, then went back and bought. God, that must have been a bit of a downgrade for you, wasn't it? Although, to be fair, I will say that I believe that Sims 3 is the best.
I do. I find it funny whenever we watch true crime, and they always point to like this person played The Sims and killed their Sims as some
I have
like.
never seen that. What do you mean?
Haven't seen that?
No. I have never seen anybody ever say that they killed their Sims, so that's why. No, I've never ever seen something.
Literally it was on one of the ones we're watching as we're falling asleep
Was
the
it?
other day. Yeah.
Killing your Sims is a very normal thing to do.
But it was eWord. They were pointing at the fact that they kept talking about killing their Sims and like wanting to kill all their Sims as something for pointing towards
Psychopathy?
psychopathy.
No.
And
No.
just antisocial tendencies. It's like no, that's the thing people love doing.
I fucking hate the
Making
Finsider.
people-
I forget. I forget the Finsider is so weird. It's just this little fish dude. And then he pulls out a couple of Glocks.
Which dude?
The Finsider.
Oh.
That was
Not
normal.
according
It
to
is.
eWord.
It is. It is normal. It's not. Only people who are people who are not gamers think that video games cause violence.
Oh yeah.
Video games prevent violence. Okay? That we can cause violence to syndicate hunters by hitting them in the face with cats.
They're a healthy a healthy way to de-stress,
Let's go, Herbie.
to relieve your What is this fish? What the fuck was that?
What?
Oh, well, Alaska, okay. Yeah, it really is a normal thing to do. Who hasn't played The Sims, built a swimming pool, and then removed the ladder after telling everyone in your house to get in?
Sometimes you just like to watch a syndicate gunner watering his flowers. Alright, I'm just gonna get this chest. We don't have to fight, guys. Thank you. Goodbye. Cleared 10 enemy faction bases. Oh,
Nice.
guys, we don't have to fight, but like, oh shit. Oh, I didn't tell you, babe. I got a new
Yeah?
Hank.
You got a new Hank?
Yes. Okay.
Oh.
Now I need to tell you something important about this Hank.
Is it Hank Hill?
It's 90s, 80s.
Nice.
It's a good Hank.
Good Hank. Head pats for the Hank. Pardon me. I know I'm disgusting.
Yuck. Worst I've ever seen. You're the worst pirate I've ever heard of.
But you have heard of me.
Basically, I'm out in the ocean too, also trying to hit up those fishing things. You said that are those little huts, the bases in the ocean?
Yeah.
Because you said that there might be a chance to get a fishing rod.
Yes.
I've already hit like 4 of them. No. You know how we went to that Prickster Lux Island?
Yeah.
There's a schematic tower there, and I didn't even see that. Don't be afraid.
Really? That's
Oh, you saw it.
yeah.
Oh, I like how I was like, I picked it up, but I dropped it on the ground. Because I don't have inventory space. Stand by me. Oh,
Not the better one.
stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should stumble and fall, all the mountain should tumble to the sea. I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear just as long
It's really sad whenever
as stand by
like
me.
video games causing violence discussions end up in politics. It's like
It's not as prominent nowadays because I think that the popularity of video games has grown and a lot of people have seen that it's not.
it occasionally happens in here in Australia. And most of the time, it's just tone deaf arguments from
Old people.
lazy old farts who have never touched a game, let alone their life.
You know, people used to think that D&D was Satanism.
Yeah, they did. In fact, that's a funny, crucial plot point in Stranger Things. What are you doing out here, Frostallion?
Dude, the thing is, though, is like some people might think that that's just a meme for the show. Like, that was legitimately people thought that.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I got a Frostallion knocked. They must have moved where the Shadow Beaks spawn. Apparently, they're also supposed to spawn in the Wildlife Sanctuary 3.
The what?
Shadowbeak.
Oh.
Mm.
He made a move about it?
He made a movie about Satanism D&D. Say it ain't so, I will not go. Turn the lights on, carry me home. Zut. You okay?
Cold.
Oh no.
Sure, it has nothing to do with this iced coffee.
Probably not. It's impossible to see how that would happen. I didn't make a proper fishing team, so I can actually fish safely. Easily. Yeah, it was called Darkest Dungeon.
Oh, really?
Like the game?
Movie.
No, but like, is the game based off the movie?
Is there a movie called Darkest Dungeon? Or a game called
Yeah,
Darkest
there's a
Dungeon?
game called Darkest Dungeon, and
Oh, I don't know.
it's a roguelike, very difficult, um,
Oh, that's odd.
yeah, Darkest Dungeon is it's actually a really hard fucking dungeon crawling card buildy thingy.
Oh. It was a movie too for Christian propaganda, I guess you did. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. There's a lot of Christian
Ugh.
propaganda stuff like that.
They always have the weirdest titles. That's an actual title that relates to the thing they're talking
You guys
about.
ever watch Passion of the Christ?
Yeah,
I cried. That movie made me cry. To be fair, it was because I was.
I've never cried in my life.
Yeah, alright.
Some of them right here.
Cry more than I do. But a lot of the time, you cry happy tears too, so. That's just not something I do very often. Happy tears is not something I do very much. Happy
And
tears is something you do a lot.
I do lots of happy tears.
He just gets so happy he starts crying. Fucking bitch. I'm kidding. I love you.
Don't worry, baby. I've done it like I've had some happy tears while going to sleep the past few days.
I think I found another camp. Did I find another camp or is that the same fucking camp I just found before? I think that's the same one I found before. You said you had happy tears the past couple nights?
Yeah, the past few days.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you're too busy sleeping.
Why are you crying while I'm sleeping, weirdo?
Because I'm so happy and in love. And gay. Can't forget about that. Super gay.
This is my husband. I married this man and I'd do it again. Even though he's super gay, as we've discussed.
I'd marry my wife over and over and over again, 1,000,000 times more.
I understand they're getting tired for breakfast, though. Makes me want to cuddle up because I'm cold. Maybe we'll take another break.
That's a good thing about streaming. We are our own bosses. We can do
We
whatever
can
we
just.
want.
I want to clear out this water patch, though. People are going to get mad, though, eventually. When they can't maintain a streak because we just go live whenever the fuck ever.
I mean, you have to be here.
Yeah, clearly that just means you have to be available at all hours of the day.
Hey, on our schedule.
Our
Our schedule
quote
is whenever we're
unquote
awake.
schedule.
Whenever we're awake is our schedule.
Sims
So
tries
last
to
night,
Sim tries to maintain his schedule, and he's just like, God damn it! It's 3:46 in the morning. What the fuck?
to be fair, we could just have a short nap. Just not end stream. I mean, I tried not to end stream last time.
No, I'd want to end stream.
Hmm?
I'd want to end stream.
Yeah.
I don't like going to sleep with it on.
Yeah.
It puts me in a weird pressure, and I'm not comfortable. You said you tried not to end stream last time. You're in stream and raid out. Just kept the stream going anyways.
I swear I pressed end.
Oh Lord. Oh, so funny. So what, you found out like 2 hours later?
Yeah, I woke up and needed to go to the bathroom, and I saw a message from
Whippa.
from Whipper and in Discord. He joined the Discord
Yeah.
just to send a message saying, "Hey, you left it on," and I was like, "Oh, fuck."
That's how we should get people to join our Discord from now on.
Go to sleep, leave stream on.
Hey, he said he was grinding out those channel points though.
Yeah. Let's go for stallion. Oh, it's my good one's breeding, isn't it?
I haven't seen my I haven't really seen my Frostallion knocked since I caught it. I kind of want to go see it. I'm gonna check on the eggs. Check out the Frostallion knocked. What I did do is I did get the skill for the saddle.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that now.
I'll have to go. For the Frostallion knocked? Did you catch one?
Yeah.
I see. I'm gonna try to make it. See what it takes.
Oh, that's so cool. It's very cheap to make at this point.
Oh, good.
If you need the coral ingots, I've got like 1,000 in my base.
I got it. Let's see.
I definitely want to get this thing to 4 stars. Frostallion.
Let's see. My Frostallion Knot is a boy.
Same.
Changes the attack to dark, inflicts blind 2, increases attack by 10%. Legend, attack 20%, 20 defense 20%, movement speed 20%, Dark Lord of the Underworld 30% attack damage, and Gathering 7.
It came with infinite stamina. Just nice. And then may as well put muscle head on it.
Black and purple, very emo. Dark Wisp. Okay. Not my favorite attack. Seems a bit slow. Easy to get away from. Double Blizzard Spike. Okay. I don't know if this is an ice baby. It's not. And then Dark Laser.
Is this different? Oh, I see how that's different.
But it has this cool effect whenever, because you know how the Frostallion has the ice thing that it jumps on.
Yeah.
This it has like smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty. I'm gonna stick with Celine though. It's an option if needed. Where's my hamster? Here he is.
Before, I think there is streak protection for people if we like go live and then end stream and then go live like within a day.
Okay.
I think you have like a grace period of 24 hours to
Yeah. And then they have the thing too where you can watch clips or watch the VOD.
watch the VODs, watch clips, watch the next stream.
Mm.
Ooh, I see. It lasts for longer.
I'll be back. I go to the bathroom.
Go, my love. Be free. Oh my god, I got booped. Ah! And what? My attacks become dark while I'm on. Oh. Left needle. Let me turn to base. Oh, I'll be right back. Um, suppose I should make a bunch of these, which require. $3,909 versus. Yeah, still got a ways to go, Bellinor. If I as her trust levels up, that's gonna be good.
Walk out in the hallway.
and it was pitch black.
Uh-huh.
I saw nothing. I thought I went blind.
Oh no. Oh no. I pushed the door a bit too much. I pushed the door too far. Yeah, welcome back. Bless you.
Not feeling great.
We
It's like a bit of nausea.
Yeah. Sometimes we're a bit tired and you're a bit nauseous. Should we end soon? Yeah. We'll just wrap things up here. We will be back later. Yeah, just need to lay down, rest for a bit. If Aiko isn't feeling good later, we'll just rest until we're good enough to stream again.
Yeah, like that too.
Hmm?
I just like.
Yeah, we are having so much fun. Literally, most fun I've had streaming.
I think breakfast was probably a bit too sweet for me, for what I've been used to lately. There's a lot of sugar.
That is fair. That is fair.
There's a lot of sugar. I'm not used to the sweet lately, and it's not.
Especially not this early.
That's coming.
He's doing things. Yeah, I will be right back.
Guys, I'm back. I took I had to, just take a small break. I wanted to go for a jog.
Muted.
Huh?
There we go. My Discord wasn't unmuted.
Oh.
It was just stopped crying.
I got
Yeah,
sick.
we are going to end here.
I got sick.
That was very
Aggressive.
aggressive, but I could tell it was coming.
Yeah, I could tell it was coming too. It was just like a lot.
At least you're
That
feeling a
was
bit
a
better now.
lot. I don't even think I ate that much.
Part of yesterday as well.
I don't know. That was a lot.
Oh, it was pancakes.
Yeah, I know Tristan's here for me. That motherfucker came over. He got me some water. He pat my back.
We did have to have a talk about that
Yeah,
the first time it happened, because I'm not used to doing things like that. It's not really a thing people do here.
yeah. Apparently, people in Australia don't like love it on their people while they're vomiting. I was like, "You don't love me. You didn't want to be anywhere near me." He's like, "That's what? No, that's nothing to do with it." I was like, "You just have to check on me, make sure I get some water, and make sure I'm not dead."
Yeah, it's
I'm still tired and I don't feel great, but I will say I feel much better than I did.
yeah. Yeah. Getting the thing that's making you nauseous out tends to do that.
I was just thinking about all the sugar. And it just like hit me.
Yeah.
I feel way better.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, all right. All right, guys. We'll come back later.
we will be back when we're feeling better.
Yeah. More awake, more better. More better. I used more better.
Yeah, love you all.
Hup.
We won't worry about raiding right now.